It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems, that things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, how are we doing? Can't spell today. I wonder if that's why that didn't look right. Let's see. Still wrong. Of course, of course, of course. Hold on one second. All right. Send that out. Busy week. Man, I took a time to take some time off, didn't I? First, I'll throw a little shout out to everybody. Bullet said, Bud the Chud. I kind of like the name that they gave him. What was it? Chutter Bob. You know, because of course he, banged himself also. Bad Cookie says, yes, hit those like buttons on your way in. Yes, definitely. We need those likes. We need those likes. See, Jackie says, hey, Marcus, Till, Extra Bullet, Warren, and shout out to all the rest. The Court Lord is in the building. Just dropped. What does that say? Just dropped upon G. That's good. I like that. Oh man. Let's see. And just throwing all my shout outs. I gave you guys my my pre-show playlist. And I don't know. I think it's fun. Ways to kind of connect with you guys. Some of the stuff I'm listening to before the shows. What mindset I'm in. And so I had Babyface Simple Days. That's kind of been a song that's on my mind lately. I've been listening to it a lot. Isley Brothers, Fight the Power, and Temptations, Ball of Confusion. So those are my three songs that I decided to select from my pre-show songs. If you guys haven't heard of those songs, go and check them out. Really, really fabulous songs. Oh man, we got a lot to talk about. Actually, we got a lot of heavy California stories. I didn't do this on purpose, definitely not. But it's just been California has been in the media quite a lot. So definitely a lot of things I want to talk about on that front. Of course, I haven't weighed in on Chug the Builder at all. And I know more than likely if Chamonix cops in here, she's definitely going to ask. So for those people who kind of wanted to hear my take on it, I know everybody's already been talking about it, so I don't know what more my take will add, but I will add it nonetheless. Iran deal. Will we have a deal? Won't we have a deal? We'll talk about that. And I wanted to talk about also Trump's next phase in the war. But I got so many other stories also in so many different ways to come about from so many different directions that I just got a lot of stuff packed. I got a bunch of different clips that I want to share with you guys. So hopefully the internet is working well with me today. Let's see. What did you say there, Jackie? Oh, Core Lord said, damn, been forever since I heard Babyface. Been married way too long. Well, honestly, I think more people need to give a little bit more credit to Babyface and bring him up more as the musical genius that he is. I mean, I think especially people who know a Babyface and know him for his music. A lot of people don't know how much music that he's written for some of your favorite artists, and some of you guys who haven't heard of Babyface, you've definitely heard a song which he's wrote. So, you know, giving his flowers, definitely. Jackie says, Ball of Confusion sounds familiar. Did Phil Collins or Genesis do a cover song? I'm not sure, but it's that Temptations Ball of Confusion song has been like in so many different movies and everything where you might have just heard it playing in the background. I believe even in Sister Act, I think it was the first one, they did a cover of it in there. They sung it. It was a good song. Yeah, definitely check out Babyface. Some great hits. He's wrote for everybody. You will be blown away once you look him up. Nudge. You got me going back. He's definitely Prince-ish. And that's kind of where I honestly, it's funny that you would say that because listening to Prince a little bit lately, we were watching and Liz, we were watching what was that? Purple Rain. We went, throwback, and we were watching Purple Rain. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. I think she said she'd only saw some parts of it. And, it got me listening, back to more Prince. And I have a lady that I work with who is like a huge Prince fan. And so, to the point where she has like multiple tattoos of Prince and everything. She's down with Prince. And you can't say a word bad about it. But it also makes you pay attention to like even in that movie Purple Rain, basically like the other group that was in there, his rival group, Morris Day and the Time, he wrote their songs. He wrote songs for a bunch of different people too. And so, just want to give those musical artists their flowers. Jam-packed show. So I guess I won't waste any more time. I'll get right into it. I figured I will start off with these California stories because, I'll get them out of the way, especially give Till some time to get in here. And that way, if she doesn't hear these stories too much, she may not, she may not have heard of them, so may not have a whole lot to weigh in. But here, let me grab the first story I wanted to share because this story I just learned about this one right before going live, and I was like, oh, that's great. Granted, it's not as big as some of these other California stories, but this story is pretty close because like I could a couple of minutes drive. This fire is going on right around the corner from me, so it's an impactful story, I'll definitely say. So here, let me mute up. So that's the first one. This is the Southgate fire, which is my area, most definitely. Let me close that one out, and I'll give you guys the next story because both of these stories are like right in my neck of the woods, a couple of miles from where I'm at. This story is also in the same place in Southgate. And this one happened, I want to say Friday, when we were hearing the other news that was going on. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see, where is it at? Here we go. So here is the next California story that was going on. So that one is a fire that's going on like right now. They're fighting the fire. Hopefully they get it under control. It doesn't spiral out of controls, and I'm not having to stop the show and evacuate. You know, I'm kind of making light of it because I don't think it's gonna get out of control. But you just never know with these things. And here's the next one, which is not that far from this. Southgate is not a very big place. It's not a very big city in California. And that's the reason why I'm like, it's kind of impactful because I live in Southgate. But here's the next story that happened, which God knows I'm like, what the heck is going on with California right now?
Of gallons of oil spilling from a ruptured pipeline underground overnight. Some of that oil made it into the LA River.
And CBS LA's Brittany Ehrman is live with the potential for disaster waiting downstream. Brittany.
Well, Pat and Rudabay, you can see right behind me here, over a dozen construction workers are here trying to fix that broken pipeline. And if you look here, you can see they are hard at work. I'm told they will be here into the night. Now that the leak has been contained, the big concern is where that oil went. Now, officials tell me some of it made its way into the LA River, raising concerns about possible environmental impacts, and crews are working to keep it from spreading. Black crude oil leaking into the LA River in East Los Angeles.
We launched a pretty aggressive cleanup campaign this afternoon.
Officials say the leak started around 3 early Friday morning near Cesar Chavez and Eastern Avenues when a construction crew installing a fiber optic line hit a pipeline. The oil spread across roadways into storm drains and eventually into the LA River, where officials worry it could harm wildlife.
But there are birds that come in and out of the river, and so we want to make sure that that if we do see any, we have people that are on site to rescue them.
California Fish and Wildlife is now monitoring the area. Crews race to put containment booms in place, trying to stop the oil from moving farther downstream toward the Long Beach Marina.
We're pretty confident it's not going to get into the marina. We have some preventative measures that are in place, and we're currently flying a drone to kind of see how far down it's gotten.
Back at the scene, officials say the pipeline was spewing about 5 gallons of oil per second before crews shut it down. They estimate about 2,400 gallons spilled.
Right now, it's contained, right? So that when they shut the valve, the pipeline valve, it stopped the flow of the water.
But for some businesses, the damage is already done.
It has impacted our business, unfortunately, especially going into a long weekend on a Friday. But thankfully, the construction workers have been very supportive.
Legacy Burgers is staying open through the cleanup, but the owner says yellow tape and road closures may be driving customers away right at the start of what they say should be a busy holiday weekend.
It's out of our control, but seeing people here work, they're going to be out throughout the night working, so the sooner the better.
Now, officials are still investigating how much oil made it into the LA River and if there were any environmental impacts. And as you can see right behind me, again, construction workers still very hard at work tonight. Eastern Ave and Cesar Chavez Ave will be closed until further notice, but those businesses, as you just heard from that owner, will remain open. Live in East LA, Brittany Ehrman, CBS LA.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the short side of this story, I'm like, traffic is gonna suck even worse. Luckily schools are out, but I worry, how bad could this be, and what are we not necessarily hearing? Like, is this getting into the LA River? Is it getting into the marina? What's the severity of what's gonna happen from this? Could this possibly get into the drinking water? That's definitely a big worry because that's something that's going on here in LA County. Just to the south of us, the video that I'm going to show shortly, we got a crazy contamination situation going off to the south of us in Orange County. And so all of this is like, what the heck is going on with these people? With the situation. I see my cousin in the building. What's up, Ladarius? I guess I saw a couple of questions. Oh, Jackie said, is this a case of this could have been avoided if only they spent a few dollars extra? I think all of these cases are falling down to a similar thing. And when I was in the military, one of the most important things that we worked on was maintenance. It was like periodic maintenance schedule. And you had your stuff that was a yearly, a biannually, you had monthly, you had stuff that was bi-weekly, you had weekly stuff, you had daily stuff also, and you had per use maintenance. And it was a huge thing. Plenty of people have gotten court-martialed, and all kind of things have happened by doing a process what we call gun decking. Gun decking is when you're just filling out the paperwork, but you're not doing the maintenance. And what happens, and when you don't do that maintenance over periods of time, some kind of processes start to break down. Whether that's an O-ring gets dried out and now something is leaking, whether you didn't apply the proper greases and stuff, and now a valve is not turning properly. If there's some kind of desalinization or something like that, and it needs to go on throughout some kind of piping or tubing, you don't do that, tubes get corroded and can crack, and all of these different things that go on happen mainly because of not maintaining things, not doing proper maintenance. That's the same reason which we'll have with your streets, your roads. If your roads are constantly getting cracks, especially if you're in a place that can go from cold and then hot one moment. When your roads get really, really cold, they get hard, and that pavement going across like trucks and things like that can crack and break. And then when you have that crack and break, in summer times when they get hot, they start to get a little softer and loosen up, and you start creating potholes through this cold and hot and cold and hot. And if you're not maintaining it, when you start seeing these cracks, that's how you get these giant, potholes in the middle of your roads. Also the same thing, if you're not cleaning out your drains properly, that's how you end up with flooding. And so a lot of this stuff comes down to not doing proper maintenance and the dereliction of not doing that maintenance over and over and over. I know this is not a sexy conversation and super interesting or super juicy, but by not staying on top of proper maintenance, you can cause massive, massive problems. That's part of why you will never see me riding a roller coaster. Especially the ones at fairs. They're thrown up in 5 minutes, and you have no clue what kind of maintenance has been done on this, because all it takes is one bolt here or there to fall loose, and next thing you know, somebody is stuck on it for hours or plummeting to their death. I spent some time, what was it? I don't really want to call it a job, but I kind of did almost like volunteer work at a theme park we have back home called Worlds of Fun. And I was in the candle shop working in there. And granted, that's not dealing with directly the other stuff that people are dealing with, but just being there for a couple of weekends. I think I did it for maybe like a month, maybe 2 months, going out there on the weekends. And the cases of like people getting stuck on there, people falling off roller coasters that doesn't always hit the news. It made me never want to ride roller coasters and stuff, because I know the level of maintenance that's been put into it. You're giving people barely above minimum wage and saying, all right, stay on top of this and stay on top of that and stay on top of that. And they don't do it because they don't think that it's a big deal, or they don't care about it. It gets, derelict over time. Somebody else moves into that position, takes over, because that person was probably slacking off in a bunch of other areas. And next thing you know, you got people who are paying good money and hopping on things that are unsafe. The same with our roads, the same with our bridges, the same with, if you go back to the BP oil leak that happened some years back. That happened because they didn't want to put a $500,000 ballast that would have helped prevent spills on it. And by not putting that on there, you literally had, billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of damage and wildlife which died um, because of not wanting to spend 500,000 to do a little bit of extra safety. And maintenance again is so vital to be taken care of, and it's something that is so neglected and not taken serious, and definitely taken for granted, that when you build these machines, they're just going to work perfectly fine all the time. It's the same thing with your car. If you don't keep proper tires on there, you don't fix your brakes, you don't change your fluids, your oils, you don't check timing belts and all these things like that, the machine breaks down. And not taking care of these things can harm you, harm others, and can make life miserable. And that's what I honestly, without knowing the ins and outs of all of this stuff, was my first instinct on all of it. And I'm still waiting to hear more on the oils and on the fire. But on this other one that I'm going to go into, you guys will see. Well, I don't know if it said it in that video, but I do know that later on I heard more news from another source, and it basically led to what I thought. Piss poor maintenance. Oh, Yonina's in the building. What's up, Yonina? Hey, Chris H. So let me see. Got back up. What's going on? Let's see what Yonina has to say. What's going on is the way most of us, Marcus, what's the thing that husbands do when they don't want to do something? Yeah, not taking care of things. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, wow. That's sorry. Oh, I hate that. It said, I almost died on the Raging Bull when I was 20. The seatbelt lock mechanism malfunction. Yep, that's a maintenance issue. But there you go. Benign neglect is a thing, and it's a dangerous thing. Chris says, I remember that BP oil spill. Obama tried to make BP create a fund to recompense those screwed by the oil spill, and Republicans tried to stop it. Yes, they did too. And a lot of lawsuits were protected from BP. They still got, hurt in some ways, but not nearly to the level that they should have. When companies do that kind of stuff, I almost feel like they should have the corporate death penalty, liquidate everything that they have, and make that company defunct, because they have not showed themselves responsible enough to operate anymore, in my eyes. Let's see. So you're moving back to Chicago. Be safe. Be safe indeed. So let me drop this one down and show you guys the next one. This one is making a lot of people very nervous here in California. And they've had to, it's plenty of people who I work with who actually live in Orange County. And they are, I don't think that some of them can't even go to their homes. They had to go to a shelter. Where is it at? So I got a couple of videos on that, so we can go on ahead and explain this thing out. I think this is the one. Yeah, I guess I'll share this one, because I'm pretty sure you guys have heard something about this story by now. So here, I'll let this play.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Yesterday you spoke to some experts about how this chemical works and some possible outcomes.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Oh yeah, I didn't properly set this up. For those who didn't hear about the spill, in Garden Grove, there is a toxic chemical spill going on at an aerospace company. Garden Grove is a city in Orange County, and oddly enough, I lived right down in that area. It's you have Garden Grove, you have like Stanton, Westminster. I lived in Stanton. You have Huntington Beach, that's not that far away. And then on the other side, you have like Anaheim and all that. And I know a couple of people who live like right around that area. One of the girls who actually works, like how my office is, like there's like four of us in our particular area, and then our manager. Actually, three of the five. So our manager and two of the people, they live in Orange County, like not very far from here. And the other girl, who she lives in LA also, her mom lives like a couple of blocks from this thing. So this is like very close to home for a lot of people. And what's going on with this chemical is they saw some kind of a leak, and it's seeping out air, and the type of chemical that it is very, very, very toxic. I remember everybody was asking me, like, what did I know about the particular chemical on Friday, because they didn't want to give us very much information what was going on. And I was like, well, let me look up a couple of things. And when I looked into it, I was like, okay, wait a minute, aerospace company, this and that. And I started looking up all the possible contaminants or toxic chemicals that company may have on hand. And when I was reading through it, I was like, oh, this can be really, really bad. And then shortly after that, they started doing evacuations for some of the surrounding people. I believe last number I heard is they evacuated around 40,000 people. The type of chemical that it is something that if it did just seep out, it would sit kind of around surface level. So we're talking about from the ground to about 10 feet. So the area which everybody would be walking around in, and it can have irritation to the skin and to your lungs and internal organs and stuff like that. So it's very dangerous. It can be very toxic to the animals and stuff like that too. So they've had a lot of people, go into shelter. So I guess I've said a lot. I said enough to get you guys caught up for anybody who didn't hear about this. But here, I'll let this play so you guys can hear more of what's going on with this this particular chemical that is leaking.
Unknown still, but with the experts that I spoke with, they were able to share some insight into how this chemical exactly works. So I want to share with you a couple of their thoughts that they had shared with me. This is a liquid that's inside of these tanks, and it vaporizes as it gets hotter and hotter. That vaporizing process is turning a liquid to a gas, and during that process, it expands, which is why there's that concern that there could be a potential explosion as this continues to warm. Now, if this were introduced into the atmosphere, it's likely to be heavier than air, which means it could act, according to the experts I spoke with, similarly to fog. And that's how we should think of it, that it could get pushed around by winds. And that's why we're paying close attention to the conditions in the area, but it will be sinking around the surface. And that's concerning because that's where we are. And so that's something we have to continue to monitor over the next couple of days. As of now, winds remain pretty calm in the area. You can see in Stanton, calm winds, Cypress staying calm. In areas to the northeast along the 5 at this Anaheim Palmas observation site that we've got, just 3-mile-per-hour winds, temperatures hanging out in the low 60s. As we look ahead at the winds over the next couple of days, they continue to come in from the west and the southwest. So anything that could potentially happen in the Garden Grove area will continue to push.
And that's another reason why this is an issue to worry about. Right here, you can see Seal Beach and you can see the coastline. This is the beach area, and Huntington Beach would be like on the other side of this. If any kind of major gust happens and this leak can't be contained, because they're in a situation where, like she was saying, if it heats up, you could have a possibility where the tanks blow. They will be, catapulted into the air and kind of sit and hover, but eventually they will start slowly seeping down. But where are they going to seep down? Are they going to come straight down in the area where they're at? Depending on the winds. Also, if it just hovers in that area or if it travels a little, the possibility it could disperse a little bit also and then start descending. So at the trajectory of the wind, it could hit all of these areas pretty badly. And for those who are not familiar with this area also, Disney, when they talk about Disneyland is down in this area over here, Anaheim. You also have a Knoxbury Farm for anybody who come out here on a trip. Anaheim is where the Angels play. So these are all, I mean, anybody who hasn't been to California and not very familiar, Southern California is a very, very highly dense population area. And so it's not like this is going to float off into an area where most people are not at. This more than likely would float right in any of these areas that are going to be heavily populated. So it's a matter of, okay, how do we contain this thing? If they can't get this thing to, they can't figure out what to do with it, and it doesn't say it doesn't, explode and then go off into the air. There's still a possibility, because they found a crack earlier today, which I saw that in the story probably about an hour before I went on. There is a crack that they found. Maybe they can seal up that crack and possibly save it. But if not, you look at the possibility of, anywhere between 5 and 10,000 gallons leaking out of this toxic chemical. And that would hover right around the surface level. That would contaminate the grounds and more than likely get into the drinking water in that part of Orange County. So it's a very scary kind of situation right now.
To the northeast because of the direction of those winds. They get quiet Sunday night. We keep our winds nice and light as we look ahead toward Monday. Similar in strength and direction is what we see for today. Tuesday, they do take on more of a southerly flow. So this is something we'll continue to monitor as we watch this situation unfold. Michelle?
Kelly Moody.
And that's another thing. Let me put it back onto the map, because let's go back to the map. If we go a little bit further, I mean, this area is probably maybe about 10 miles or so, roughly, give or take, from where I work at and where I live at. This area could, let's say, for instance, they're saying that the winds could go north. Those who know during fire time, you have to worry about the Santa Ana winds, which the winds can kick up to very, very high and strong speeds. If this situation isn't resolved, and it does say the temperatures heat up and it does get into the air, these particulates could blow further north with heavy, heavy winds. Next thing you know, they're not only affecting the possibility in Orange County, they could be affecting LA County also. So it's something that everybody in the whole LA kind of metro area is focused on, and fingers crossed that this gets sorted out. But here, let me hop back. I had another video that I wanted to share on this. Let's see, let me shut that one down. But there's just, this situation is just such a crazy situation. And with all of the stuff that's going on in California, yes, Kashwarma, sorry, can't talk. Kashwarma Kate Garden Grove is in the middle of the 405. A lot of people use the 405 traveling back and forth to work and home and stuff like that. And so it could cause all kind of problems, especially if it goes off and you're not able to use the 405. You're going to have to go around it. It's not a good situation. Yes, you heard the meth in there. That's one of the definite things that are in there that's toxic. Let's see, get myself caught back up with the chats. What's up, Bad Cookies? Also, I forgot, I don't think I shouted you out earlier. Let's see, 22222. Let's see, Marcus, if they mark that area a biohazard, the U.S. has the right to claim it in order to fix the problem. Who do you think they will sell the land to once they clean it up? Sure won't be normies. Yeah, because California is just so, in my opinion, overcrowded. It would be hard to sell the land to anybody. They would have to pay these people for the land because even if the government did come in and like say, okay, it's a biohazard, you people got to move. Where the heck will people move to? Like, ugh. That's one of the problems which is going on with California, a big housing issue, and that's one of the big things that's going on with this whole mayor's race and governor's race that's coming out, and voting is actually started soon. So figured that I was going to show you guys a little heads up on that, because that's another California emergency and issue that's going on, about the overcrowding, about the homelessness, which this could be a situation that can lead some people into being homeless, or possibly, having to, live with some family members, There we go. Yeah. Kate says here, those winds blow eastwards to San Gorgonio and South Jacinto, and the winds will squeeze both those two mountains. All of the smuts is going to hit Coachella Valley and the desert city. Ooh, so wait. Oh, I just thought about desert Coachella Valley. Isn't that near like the Palm Springs area and heading towards that area? Wow, that would be interesting. Because I'm kind of still learning my geography on some of those areas that I don't get quite out to. So sorry for if I mess up some of the pronunciations on some of that stuff. But one of the shows I was just watching recently about case that was going on, it was helping me understand that area a little bit more, like the Palm Springs and the Coachella Valley, and what was that, Cathedral City, data centers. Hey, Chamonique's in the building. What's up? Yeah, this is definitely giving me vibes of East Palestine. Definitely vibes of East Palestine, but in a much, much more, well, the difference is the East Palestine is definitely far more dire. And the only reason why it's not looked at and people are not still talking about it is because it happened in a small town, and the effects of things like that don't hit you right away. It normally hits people down the road, a year, a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years. You'll start to see the effects of all these people, and then they'll put it on. Well, we know. How do you know it was connected to that? We know it was connected to that. Quit playing games. But for legal purposes of sneaking out of lawsuits, they'll try to disconnect the people's, what people are experiencing to, what happened there. The difference with here is this one's not as severe, because we're dealing with, we were dealing with whole, whole train loads, massive train loads of chemical toxins that fell, huge explosions and plumes, or where roughly about 7,000 is nothing to sneeze at. It's not small, but it's definitely not on the level of East Palestine. But the problem is, it's in a much higher dense population area, so it can affect more people. So yes, they both are very similar situations and very different at the same time. Yeah, that happened here too. The people of Lahaina lost their homes to fires. Insurance didn't pay out. Real estate tycoons came in and paid them pennies on the dollar. That happened to some of these people in some of these fires here. But for years here, insurance companies have decided, hey, because of this and that, we're just not going to do coverage here. And a lot of that goes to neglect that's happened from the state, whereas they've known we went through a drought, and they're not clearing all of this brush that's in this area, or they're not making sure that all their maintenance is done properly to keep all of their tanks up and running at the same time in case of fires happen. And it's just a lot of incompetence that goes on out here. That's why I know that people are always going to lean towards the conspiracy theories. You also have people who just because they feel like it'll go set stuff on fire unprompted. They're just happy to see it burn. Some of them are miserable because they lost their house. Like, you know what, I ain't got a house, you're not gonna have a house. And so it's not always as simple as some kind of conspiracy. Whereas Lahaina's a little bit different. I mean, so, but here in California, the level of incompetence or neglect due to corruption is just wild. Said, oh, Kay said, I used to live out on DEALand Road, just north of Cathedral City. There's a show that I'm watching called Worst Roommates. Like, I started off with The Worst Exes, which that was pretty good on Netflix. And now watching The Worst Roommates, and one of the story is right there in Cathedral City, so I recommend you check it out. It's really interesting. Let's see. New Civil War, East, West, North, South. Let's see. Get myself caught back up. Yeah. Incompetence happens to be America's #1 export of late. Yeah. That's honestly where I'm late. Most of the stuff I'm coming down, the more and more research into it, I'm starting to come down to most of this stuff is just incompetence. It's idiocy. And I get the reason why we lean toward conspiracy theory more than anything is because most people see these situations and they're like, ain't no way this is not sketchy. And it's like, it's sketchy because we have enough common sense to understand that, oh, if you don't do this, then this will happen. And so people try to figure out, why would this even happen? That's just so idiotic. But, let me bring Teal to the stage. I gotta get my soundboard going so I can have the applause going and all that.
I got it. That's what it sounds like to me. Hey y'all. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah.
I'm remodeling my house and I'm trying to get last minute stuff because everything's gonna be closed tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Yonina, I'm not saying okay, I guess let me put my disclaimer out there. I'm not saying conspiracy theorists are wrong. I'm not saying they've been right on a whole lot of things. I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff that, especially that I've seen out here in California, that falls straight to incompetency. It just falls to just being dumb. I mean, there's so many people that'll, okay, I don't care about having enough room for parking, and I'm just pile business on top of business on top of business on top of business. Well, what happens if one of them catches a fire and you didn't really have any ways for cars to get in and out? Well, now you got a whole bunch of people jammed up in there, a fire that's going to jump from building to building to building. And you've just made it where fire department can't get there properly.
Are you talking about the chemical thing that's going on in Cali right now?
Yeah, but I was just giving that example. Like, that's some of the stuff that happens out here. Piss poor planning, city planning overall makes a lot of these situations way worse and leads to these. And that's what I'm saying. Like, some of this stuff, some of this stuff is a conspiracy. There are people doing stuff, but some of this stuff is just stupidity and laziness. And what I've seen with here, let me play this one other video on the chemical fire. I see, Lainey is in the building. What's up, Lainey?
Agree. I kind of agree with Nina about it being conspiracy-esque, though. Like, I'm 70-30 on it because, I mean, ever since I looked at how nasty it was for 9/11, like, I don't put shit past nobody. That you may think it's poor planning, but it would be poor planning to a person that gave a fuck. It might not be poor planning to the motherfucker that has a 10-year plan on dragging this shit to the ground.
Well, the reason why I say no, 9/11 a whole different story.
I'm saying, like, how nasty they did that. I don't put it past no fucking body.
Yeah, but the reason why 1000% I agree 9/11 is because there's so many motivations for it. There's a lot of money that was made from people. Yeah. There were wars that got started that people wanted to get started. There was a lot of money from the weapons manufacturers. There was a lot of people who made money off of 9/11. And it worked out for a purpose. Whereas this one, like, one of the things that they found, they had 4 or 5 of the valves that they found were completely rusted out.
Okay, then that's laziness.
Piss
Okay.
poor maintenance. Somebody ain't been doing their job and they didn't give a damn and they're just paying this person. And what I'm saying is, oh my gosh, I don't think I've been in a place that so many people get away with so many things. Like other cities I've been in, other states I've been in, the level of laziness that you'll see that happens in California, and or people who sit in positions that don't deserve to be in positions. And then on the other hand, somebody who's in a position and they're just getting railroaded and not appreciate. It's like it's so lopsided out here.
Well, I think that's everywhere, Marcus, because I'm dealing with that right now. Like,
But what I'm saying, it's worse here than any place I've been, and I'm talking about living.
Oh yeah.
So many places. It's just so bad here.
I have a feeling like I blame a lot on COVID, but like I don't know what happened, whacked out poo brain. I don't know, but everybody's like work ethic is in the toilet. But like for instance, I have kitchens right now that don't have central air, but like parts of the school does, and like I had to get like window units for the kitchen so my employees didn't pass out. And I've told them, I said, hey, just go ahead and buy 2 and replace the 2. This motherfucker in the maintenance department going to tell me, I mean, they going to get it when they get it. What?
See what I mean about poor city planning, basically?
Yes. Like, what are you talking about? The pipes busted at the middle school during the winter storm in January, and then like their generator died because a fucking circuit breaker from 1974 had broken and they couldn't replace it. Why the fuck is there a school on a breaker from 74?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it, man. Poor city planning, moving the money, doing shit away with the city money. Like it's insane. Like and it's just a mess. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, I'll show this last video on this one because I'm going through. It has been so many California stories. I just said I'm just gonna make a damn California segment for this show. Here, I'll play this one, and then I think I got even 2 more to go into. But here, let me let this play.
We're joining us now in studio to talk more about what the effects could be on people exposed to this.
Absolutely. It's a very scary, intense situation. The chemical is called methyl methacrylate, or MMA. It's highly toxic. It's used for shatter-resistant acrylic glass, paint, and adhesives. The Ocean Fire Authority says we have limited experience with this type of chemical leak, very few case studies. What we know is that it can be harmful whether you touch it or breathe it in.
It's a respiratory irritant, so it can start off very mild, but it can progress to a point where, yes, you would probably require hospitalization, if not more.
Chief Nick Freeman says we're talking about up to 7,000 gallons of methyl methacrylate spilling out of that tank. People who work with this chemical are required to wear goggles and respirators. We know this hazardous substance is heavier than air, so any release would sink to the ground. Doctors say abrupt contact can potentially damage more than your lungs and skin. It can affect all organs. A slow leak can cause long-term health impacts. It all depends on exposure.
We don't know. We don't know in terms if there was a plume, how heavy of a plume and concentration of the substance would be in that plume. So if that were to happen, again, we want everybody to be away from the zone that we have created to safeguard everybody's health.
As of now, no injuries or deaths reported at this point, but methyl methacrylate is highly flammable, therefore highly explosive. Emergency responders are trying to prevent that, but again, we don't know a lot about this leak, so it's best to leave the area if you've been told to evacuate. That's the one thing they want us to get out there.
Yeah. We heard you mention long-term consequences. Are there any studies about MMA causing cancer, perhaps, Denise?
Yes, again, very limited research, but what we do know is that even though it harms your skin, it harms your lungs and possibly skin, lungs, and your your brain, your
neural pathways.
Absolutely. For some reason, it's not considered carcinogenic. Even the US EPA says that it may not cause cancer. It's not considered to cause cancer to humans.
But the immediate damage could be pretty devastating.
It can be.
All right. Denise Dodor, thank you. And as she reported, it's.
And the reason why you don't have to worry about it causing cancer, because if it affects you,
You're gonna
it's
fucking
normally
die.
going to destroy you before you get cancer.
You're gonna be dead. You'll be dead before the cancer even gets to you. What
Yeah.
the fuck? Go ahead and
Yeah.
get ready to get those 800 numbers. Did you get exposed to MMA? Do you have mesothelioma?
Yep.
You still
Wait for these
alive?
lawsuits coming out. Yep.
What the fuck, Marcus? And then,
Yeah.
first off, what pisses me off, why am I getting medical advice from a bitch that can't even say neuropathic? It's over here stuttering on 3-syllable words. Bitch, give the mic to somebody else.
I mean, or else she could have said a way which is a lot easier, which other people would know, neurological issues and neurological damage, because that's like this thing could literally, you can be affected by this and it can shut down your nervous system.
Yes.
This thing is like, and then the reason why they don't have much research on this, because this is normally something that happens within OSHA. And so this is something that kind of happens more a workplace kind of thing where, okay, this one person was exposed to it the wrong way. And it's normally very small case study because you normally don't have issues like this. And that's why I said, I was at work. I was like, I guarantee you somebody's ass is getting fired right now. Somebody going to jail.
Marcus.
Somebody going to jail over this. And they thinking, I'm getting out of here early today. Let's skip over the tanks. Somebody ass going to jail for this.
But there's so much it can make your lungs hurt. So anything porous.
Well, here's the other thing that they didn't say, and I didn't hear any other story that talked about this. Say, let's say this does get into plumes and this does get out. This stuff is highly flammable also.
Oh shit.
You know how many houses and how much dryness it is in California, especially Southern California.
Wildfire season about to start.
I just talked about starting off the show, a massive fire that we have right around the corner from me, probably about 2 miles away.
I was about to ask if you were okay, because I looked it up, and the LA wildfire is insane.
Yeah, so we got a wildfire over there. Get this, Teal. We got a wildfire right over here, and then right over here on the other side, we got an oil spill.
What in the boys is going on with you?
The level of incompetence, that's what I'm saying. The level of incompetence in this state is just ridiculous.
And watch they try to blame it on weed. No, play it. Get weed.
Well, it's funny. This other story that I was watching, way off topic, they tried to bring that up in this other case, and they was like, nope, that ain't the case. This girl's been driving around on weed all the time.
Oh, the crash?
Oh, you watched that?
I haven't watched all of it, but bro, I'm already like, I can't because
I won't spoil it for you then.
You got to understand, like, when I'm watching it as like an educator now, being around these young adults, you know what I'm saying? And just understanding like something is off. I don't know what the fuck happened. Maybe millennials shouldn't have had kids. I don't know. I don't know where the disconnect happened. But we're not gonna get off topic. But no, I haven't finished watching it yet. Yes, that is fucking crazy. Please don't blame it on the weed.
I'm gonna have to make sure to call you after here because I want to talk to you about this.
Yeah. Now I do want to ask about this. What the fuck is going on in New Mexico?
Oh, hold on one second. It says one thing for sure, Marcus. This will all be going away with one simple class action lawsuit settled for $1 billion that splits up around $34 per victim. Oh no, it's gonna be higher than that. This is California.
They at least gonna have them give them 120.
Oh, it's gonna be it's an aerospace company.
Why are we fucking with materials we don't know about?
Well, that's the thing. They know about these materials. They just normally are careful with this stuff.
So we don't know as public entities about this material.
Well, that's the thing. When you live around like that area, here's the thing. The reason why you don't normally hear about stuff like this is because when it happens in a lot of other places, they have room. So that plant, that aerospace plant, is probably not going to be sitting right in the middle of a residential area. It's going to be sitting in a business zone. Because you know how every city will have one area that'll be like like back home, our area was called Fairfax. You go down to Fairfax and you got all the plants down there. all the manufacturing, all this stuff is all down in this one area.
And it's
And then you'll
rural.
have,
It's a rural area.
yeah, it's normally away from everything.
Yeah.
It's either going to be rural or you're just going to have this part is this part maybe in your downtown that's dedicated only to that.
Yeah.
Or you'll have like a business plaza area. Like my
Industrial
job
park
is in
area.
a business plaza.
Yeah.
And it's not a lot. I mean, there are some houses, but there's less houses than you would have in a normal like mom and pop business kind of area.
Yeah.
And so but California is so damn overcrowded. You don't really have any like areas that you can just set aside like that.
That's insane. That's insane.
Like remember I was talking about the I brought up also about how California with all these different issues going on. I got to show you this because I don't think and I heard you about the New Mexico. Remind me and we'll talk about it right after this one. But I wanted to throw this on the screen because I don't think a lot of people get how bad the homelessness situation is out here.
Yeah, me, I know.
I mean, and so this is from the mayoral candidates. Oh yeah, by the way, we got Gavin Newsom who is beefing with Chevron right now out here, telling people don't go get gas at Chevron.
Are they in charge of the oil leak?
No, but they are about 80 to 90 cents higher than everywhere else.
God damn.
Yeah, you getting gas at Chevron, it's like $7.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah. And some people are like, well, I think it still works. No, you're an idiot. I'm gonna go over here to Arco and get my gas for $5.65, $5.70. And yes, $5.60, $5.75, that's cheaper than most of these other places.
Y'all are $1 more than the East Coast right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's bad out here. So I'm not paying those $7.15, which there are places paying $7.15 for gas. But check this one out from the mayor's race because I feel this all ties in with what I was talking about incompetence in California. All right, here we go.
2 weeks away from the June 2nd primary, and the candidates for LA mayor are working hard to rally supporters and win over those undecided voters.
Several of those candidates fanning out across the city today. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell joining us now with how they're trying to garner support. Josh.
Well, Mark, once again, homelessness is one of the biggest issues in the race for Los Angeles mayor, and we've had the unique opportunity the last 2 weeks to talk.
And I picked this video in particular because they actually show you guys footage of what the homelessness looks like out here.
Talk with the candidates in depth about how they would address the homeless crisis.
The candidates in the Los Angeles mayor's race spending the day campaigning all over the city. Mayor Karen Bass in Westlake, where CHUD, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, endorsed her. Spencer Pratt was in San Pedro, where he met with community members at a restaurant. And Nithya Raman attended an event in Baldwin Hills with former LAPD Chief Bernard Parks. Over the last 2 weeks, the candidates answered our questions about how they would solve the homeless crisis.
The number one thing that has been lacking is the services. So once we get people off the street, making sure that we address why they fell on the street to begin with. Josh, 60% of the people at Inside Safe have remained housed. I think it's really important to build on that success.
Councilwoman Nithya Raman has been critical of how expensive Mayor Bass's Inside Safe program has become, saying it's not sustainable.
We don't have real oversight over the hundreds of millions of dollars that this city is spending on homelessness every single year. That is a travesty. We absolutely need to have that. Last year, during the budget process, I was finally able to establish a Bureau of Homelessness Oversight.
Democratic Socialist Ray Wong believes the key to solving homelessness is building housing, which she says would also lower crime.
Housing should be for people, not for profit. And so we need to make housing a real reality for most folks because a lot of people can't stay stably housed.
Spencer Pratt would take a much different approach. Pratt would send the homeless who are addicted to drugs to rehab centers his administration would construct on federal land using prefab buildings.
They're choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse.
I just want to put it in here. Think about what this dude is saying. He wants to just build. He just wants to take big ass buildings and just throw all the drug addicted homeless people in there. Out of sight, out of mind, against your will, too. Sounds like camps, maybe? I don't know.
This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie.
Tech entrepreneur Adam Miller's plan for the homeless would grow out of the work he's already done. Miller founded the nonprofit Better Angels.
Started working on prevention, services, shelter, housing, and technology. And in just a few years, we built the #1 homelessness prevention program in LA. We've kept 4,500 Angelinos housed who were on the brink of homelessness and had already received eviction notices.
And homelessness is just one of the issues that I asked the candidates about. You can watch all of our interviews in full on abc7.com to learn where the candidates stand.
Okay, so I just want to throw this into the mix of things. All right. So the homeless crisis did not start overnight. First off, okay, I remember 2020, I went down there. I even went down Skid Row. I always tell this story about how I got this homeless hot dog for 4th of July. Okay, and it was not bad. Okay, I got a homeless man's hot dog. And they were barbecuing and it smelled good. So I just wanted to go check it out. Because I've learned that people that live off of Skid Row and some of the homeless people of LA, they not all crazy. You know what I'm saying? They can throw down on a grill, you know. I ain't let them touch my bun or nothing, but like they threw down on that grill. I got me 2 hot dogs and went about my day. But this is not something that started overnight nor can get fixed overnight. But I'm
just going to put this on the screen, but keep talking, but just check this out.
Okay.
I'm not going to play the video. I just want to show it.
I've seen how bad it's gotten. I've seen how bad it is personally. Also living in Colorado, I got to see how bad that homeless issue is. And I've heard that it's gotten nothing but worse. But like our commander-in-chief, Mr. Orange, just got rid and is getting rid of assistance that helps people get housed, i.e. people that have emotional support animals, people that are suffering from mental illness and things of that nature. They are now getting their Medicaid and all of their assistance taken away from them. So you're already about to create more homeless people.
You see those gas prices?
What the fuck? Suck my dick, bro. $7.19. Suck my dick.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's more expensive if you don't use a card. But
that's
yeah,
dumb.
I just want to throw that up there.
That's dumb. But like this whole like homeless crisis and we need to help them, but y'all aren't helping at all. And then you're gonna tell me, y'all got 4,500 people settled in housing and baby, that's not even a third of Skid Row.
No.
And you're talking about the whole city?
Yeah,
that's
we literally have hundreds of thousands of homeless people here.
Yes. And it's just like, and not to mention, bro, shut the fuck up. You talking about they just want to abuse animals. Bitch, they're abusing them because they ain't got no fucking house. The hell?
You acting like these animals would not be running around homeless too. Actually,
the dogs are homeless too, nigga.
It's probably saving them from being euthanized.
Because what the hell? Like, what? California's homeless issue has been a homeless issue. I mean, everybody runs to Cali looking for, you know what I'm saying, the Golden Gates. And I mean, shit, San Diego is bad. San Francisco is bad.
I'm glad you said that because people don't bring up that context either. Homelessness in other states are a lot easier to deal with. I'm like, do y'all realize that people will take one-way bus tickets to California and just like, oh, well, I'm going to be homeless.
Figure it out. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, because they're like, I'm going to be homeless anyway. I might as well be homeless in warm weather.
Yes, on the beach. I can be homeless on the beach. That's where the term beach bum came from.
So as you get rid of some of the homeless people, we got new homeless people coming in every day.
Like what?
And then not having proper housing, you create more homelessness. And I mean, that's just the people who are on the streets. That's not showing the people who are sleeping in their cars, sleeping in vans. I mean, who are couch surfing. That's not factoring in all them people also.
And not to mention, fucking rent's worse than fucking Cali. I mean, New York's rent and Cali rent, those places are insane. It's like living in DC, just space the fuck out. DC's homelessness is crazy.
See, what makes Cali worse than New York is you can't use public transportation like that, depending on where you live. So you're gonna need a car. At least in New York, you're paying super high rent. You got trains and cheap public transportation. You live in some cities where you live 8 miles from work. I mean, like I tell you guys, I work 8 miles from where I live. It can easily take me 45 minutes to get to work, an hour if I go the wrong way. If I get on the highway, I can take 45 minutes to an hour, especially if I go like around 8 o'clock. I've taken an hour and a half to get home before, going 8 miles. And then how public transportation is here, you'll ride a bus to get to another bus, to hop over to this bus, to get a mile from where you need to walk to. So now you're spending 2 hours, hour and a half going from bus to bus to bus.
And y'all worrying about, man, look, there are so many compiling issues when it comes to that between infrastructure, buildings. Like, there's so many other things, not just housing the homeless. It's not just housing, it's medicating, it's getting them back on their feet. You feel me? A lot of these people are veterans. They can't even get their VA benefits. And I just finished talking to a veteran about that because I've been assisting different veterans in my area about getting their VA benefits and getting them their rating higher because my mother had 110% disability, right?
Right.
And most people don't even know that you can go past 100. Most people don't know that. Yeah, you get 100%. Everybody's like, whoo, I got 100. No, you can continue to add on to that. Right? So I've been assisting somebody, and one of my homies has been dragging their feet, and he was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know that you needed to like fib a little bit. I'm like, okay, why the fuck wouldn't you fib to them? And he goes, I mean, what? The government lies to you all the fucking time. Why wouldn't you lie back? And on top of that, you signed your life on the line to say, I'm a back these bum ass bitches any chance it is for the betterment of my country. Then you get back. You gave your life, bro. You signed your life over, but they're making it hard for you to get benefits to sustain that life that you already gave to them. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Y'all will hold y'all baby mamas, y'all girlfriends, y'all boyfriends, y'all husbands, wives to a different standard, but you won't hold the bitch ass government that's dicking you out of what you deserve to that standard. You got me chopped. You got me chopped. And then to see that so many homeless people are veterans that could not get their ratings enough to sustain their life, that makes no sense to me. You can give these motherfucker barracks when it comes down to throw a bullet at somebody that probably doesn't deserve it because of a lie. But you can't tell me, you're telling me you can't house veterans in the same barracks? You telling me there's not a fucking decommissioned base right now that you could actually put these motherfuckers in? You man, don't get me. I get. I
know when I was in Jacksonville, we had a massive one, Cecil Fields. It's like three giant like parts of that base. But I put this one on the screen because I wanted you to answer it. And Lainey actually had a good addition to this. So Jackie wrote, how many people are forced to go into work when they can do their jobs just as well from home? I know you deal with plenty of that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I could easily be okay with being remote 4 days and going into work 1. If they force me to do that, I could do that. That would be no problem to me. You know what I'm saying? That would save on my commute. That would save on my car. That would save off of time off my life. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, it's ridiculous. And honestly, Jackie, a lot of us could. A lot of us could. The actual workforce itself, unless you are a blue collar where physical manual labor is necessary, most of the people, and I'm just going to say Cali, most of the people in California can definitely work from home.
I mean, obviously, the motherfuckers that do go to work ain't doing a damn job if a fucking goddamn tank is rusted the fuck out and killing niggas.
Yeah.
You were better off at home if that was the case.
Like, well, during COVID, the office people, majority of them did work from home for over 2 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, now we have like a split schedule at my job. Like, I know all the upstairs people, they don't work on Monday. They don't come in on Mondays and Fridays. And then half the other admin people, they come in for like 2 or 3 days a week also. It's only like a handful of office people who actually come in 5 days a week at my job. And I'm like one of the few office people that, because I do some stuff, like as far as actually having to deal with certain parts and stuff to do paperwork, which even there's a way which they could work around that, where I wouldn't have to be in the office. Well, any of the newer people, they're not trying to put any newer people working from home. But if push comes to shove, they could do my job even from home also. But I mean, hell, we had a guy who was working literally from Alabama for my company in California, who's like just retired. He's been working out of California for since around the pandemic. And so they could do it, but a lot of them, they paid leases on these buildings. And so to justify having the buildings, even though we got other people who have to come into the building on a regular and they don't want to downsize from these bigger buildings, they'll make sure that everybody has to come in. And that right there hurts California also, because they know if more people can work remote, a lot of these people will probably start leaving the state. And I think that might be something they're also trying to prevent, which in actuality, more people do need to leave the state.
Yes.
This shit
But
is
these are tax paying. But that's the thing. These are taxpayers, bro. And if they're not literally living in the state paying those taxes that y'all have, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not.
Right, I know.
Oh, we need the monies. We need the buddies.
Yeah, they need us here to tax us.
Yes.
Which they'll still tax you, but at the same time, you wouldn't be getting the property taxes and things like that also. You wouldn't be getting the smog. You wouldn't be getting a lot of these other taxes. You wouldn't be getting the tax on your groceries, the tax that they get off you from the gas pump.
Yep.
You wouldn't be getting all those things. And then what it would do also is it would start to drive down the demand for housing and rental properties. And so now people can be like, well, I got an option over there, and you don't got to have people bunking up with 4 or 5 roommates that they don't even know. You don't have to have people renting out a room in their house to be able to pay their mortgage, or to build a ADU on the back of their house and rent it out to their kids. That's a big part of why they do all this.
California greedy, baby. Long
Yeah.
story short,
Well,
Jackie, Cali greedy. Well, United
Yeah.
States is greedy, but
Yeah,
Cali is
yeah.
definitely one of them.
Cali is just among the worst of the greed in California. But I mean, of the
Hey,
greed
Marcus,
of the
I gotta
United
pop
States.
off.
Okay. Hey, when you come back on, remind me the New Mexico one, and then I'm gonna hold this one story also that Yonina is asking about for you. I don't know if she heard that or not, but okay. I know she's gonna hop off. Chris H put, I suppose Butch Ware, if he wins the election, is going to have an interesting job on his hands. If he does, the bigger fight that Butch Ware would have is the behind the scenes people who are fighting against him. That's where the big fights actually come in. And like I showed with that whole different mayor's race that's going on. You have the one guy who's been involved in actually helping with the housing stuff, which you need his plan. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go.
I heard you. I heard you said Yonina has something for me. We come back to New Mexico. Sorry, I hit a dead spot on the back road.
Oh no, you fine.
Because election's going to have an interesting job on his hands.
Yeah.
Man.
Anybody who takes power in this state gonna have an instant job on their hands, and that's the reason why as much as I have problems with Karen Bass, I can't even fault Karen Bass completely for all the things going wrong, because whoever gets in, there are so many problems that are so set in by the corruption in this state that it's going to take, you would have to have mayor after mayor after mayor after mayor for like 10 years.
All doing good work on top of that. They all got to be doing the Lord's work.
They all would have to be, like really in it to try to do the right thing. You would need a concerted effort like that because there's too much money in this state for corruption. I mean, Butch Ware tries to do this. Well, what about the people who are controlling the media here? That's money. What about Silicon Valley? What about some of these large construction companies? There's also monopolies all through this state that people don't even understand. And some of them would blow your mind. It's not even wealthy monopolies all the time. I was doing like contract type work. This one guy that I was working with, he had all the contracts within the LA County area and into Hollywood on any kind of ladders, that like fire escape ladders that were put on like hotels and stuff. He's the only guy you could go to.
Damn.
One guy who lives in a trailer down on the beach. He's one guy, and you would be literally on month-long, waiting list. And that's stuff that you would think of that would be like some small town kind of, like cronyism type stuff. Yes, in big LA, you have some of that small town cronyism stuff that goes on here. That is part of the problem. So there's just so many issues that you would have to deal with being an elected official in California. There's so much corruption. But yeah, that New Mexico story that you were talking about.
Unknown substance just out there tearing niggas the fuck up too. Same thing. Hazmat suits outside type vibes. Like they don't know how to fucking get it together. They don't know how to contain it. They don't know what the fuck it is. Like and that's where I get into the Yonita thing about like, well, this is the first, like they never did. I think I called it a couple shows ago, maybe even last year when I first got up here. I was like, there's like levels to this shit. I might even said it on like my prediction episode. It's like if it's not going to be natural disasters, we got to level it up to chemical. Like at this point, because it's like chemical warfare is like where that's all the buzz in the news. And like I don't know why I feel like this, but like I remember when we were talking about the China drone or whatever, and I was just like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I hear about the China drone and that's crazy as hell, but it just seemed as if like they about to do something way bigger. I keep joking about the fact that I feel like China came over here and dropped some shit off, but like, man, listen, these people, man, chemical drop after chemical drop after chemical drop, and then
was it the New Mexico one? Was that the one about the first responders and the fentanyl exposure? Yeah, it's like 25. Let me pull the story up, or well, I can pull up one of the stories, but it was like 25 first responders like affected by like fentanyl.
That's what they're gonna say it in. Y'all know it's MMA 2.0.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's see. Of the 4 people found, 2 were pronounced dead on the scene, and the 3rd died on arrival at the hospital. Yeah, I think I saw one thing that said like 25. This one's not saying how many in this one. I guess
it was definitely like 15, 25, something like that.
Yeah, I saw one that said 25. I don't know where I saw that at, but I know this one just says that they were exposed. Like you can tell right there, that's more than 4. Looks like that's 5 people alone in that picture. It says first responders exposed to fentanyl in deadly New Mexico incident, officials say. First responders were exposed to fentanyl and sickened after the arrival at a rural New Mexico home earlier this week to investigate a possible overdose that left 3 people dead, officials said. They found 4 people unconscious at the home in Mountain Air, east of Albuquerque, and 2 of them were declared dead at the scene, officials said. A third died shortly after arriving in the University of New Mexico hospital. Officials said Friday the 4th survived. Both the survivor and one of the deceased had been administered the overdose medicine Narcan. More than a dozen first responders were quarantined after exposure to unknown substance, with some report nausea and dizziness, officials said. Now, fentanyl is not an airborne kind of thing. So that's the reason why it seems kind of weird that they're, let me just keep reading. Preliminary findings indicate that this incident is tied to the exposure to a powdered opiate substance within the home. And on the scene, DEA laboratory analysis has confirmed the presence of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and perfluorofentanyl, also called P4 fentanyl. It is a more illicit form or version of fentanyl. New Mexico State Police Chief Matt Broom told reporters Friday. Interesting. Fentanyl in a powder form. Now that makes sense, because that could go airborne when it's in a powder form. You burst into a door and knock something around and it gets into the air. That can happen because that's like when I was in the military and we did drug ops. Anybody who was on drug ops was not tested, because more than likely you were going to pop for whatever, illegal substance that we were going into, confiscate.
But my thing is, y'all know fentanyl. Y'all know fentanyl. Y'all made it seem like this was some unknown shit, like you didn't know it was fentanyl. Y'all know it's fentanyl if it's fentanyl.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like there's more than fentanyl.
That's what I'm saying. What is this, a fentanyl factory that y'all just came across and they manufacture more than just that drug in there? Like, what is this place?
It sounded like. That's what it
You
sounded
feel what I'm
like.
saying?
It sounded like they were in there trying to cook something.
Like, this ain't normal meth, y'all.
No, they were trying to cook something new, because they got meth and they got perfluorofentanyl, which is like the powder form.
Yeah.
And so they were trying to mix meth with fentanyl. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of other chemical. Well, of course, there's going to be other chemicals involved, because that's the whole thing about meth. You're literally mixing chemicals to cook the right stuff. And so you could have ether in there. You could have some form of a phosphorus in there, like a red phosphorus or something. I mean, there's all kind of stuff that you could be mixing.
Okay. Let me go ahead and give my history lesson. Y'all know I'm a weirdo and I be knowing all my shit. Okay. Let me just give you a drop. Let me just drop something that's like this. Okay. Boom. God made opium, right? Made the poppy plant. Poppy makes opium. Okay. When they found out opium did its thug fizzle, right? All the white people was like, oh shit, let's get on it. But then it was like, damn, it's good. It get rid of all the good shit. You know what I'm saying? It make me not want to hate my life no more, but I'm addicted to it. I like the feel. I like the high. And at the same time, when this got started, they used to call it God's headache medicine. You know what I'm saying? They used that. That's exactly how they considered opium, right? Because it was that shit. So they was like, hey, homie, can you do something about the whole addictive personality part of it? So dude was like, yeah, I got you. Let me synthesize it. Boom, gets in the lab, synthesizes it. He starts doing it for a week straight. He creates morphine, right? And they was like, hey, did it work? He was like, well, I got rid of one of the side effects. It don't really make you that sleepy. But I'm hooked on this shit like cook crack. Sorry, I didn't figure that part out. Cool. So they was like, damn, he made morphine, but it's still good. It's hitting. So boom, they started putting morphine on tables like aspirin. Okay. If you look back in the 20s and prior, when they first started getting it popping, you will see that they have kids sitting at the breakfast table and they're like, take a morphine. Tammy scraped your knee. Take a morphine. Da 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 da. Right. So now they come back and it's like, look, motherfuckers is hooked. Kids is fucking strung out. We got to figure it out. Boom. Homie was like, I got you. He synthesized it. You know what comes after that? Fucking heroin. That's how we got heroin. They kept trying to synthesize it to get rid of a side effect. So boom, now they like, hey, it's an upper and a downer and an upper and a downer at the same time. You feel me? But
it's still kind of addictive. So yeah. So then they was like, well, it's not as addictive, you know what I'm saying, when it's fucking in the pill form, but it kind of tastes a little too good. That's why people like it so much. It tastes good. It's sweet to the taste. How about we do this? Put it straight into the gas, put it straight into your veins. And that's why the hypodermic needle was made. The hypodermic needle was literally made so that you could put heroin in your arms. What?
Mm.
And that's how we got this addictive fucking drug now. Now let's bring this back to the meth. Meth, what most people don't understand, it's not just meth. Meth is always having to be combative, or it either has to be connected to something else to make it something, i.e. Adderall is doxymethylane, okay? Doxy means 10. That means there's 10 different chemicals or 10 different atoms connected to that one property of meth, okay? Methamphetamine, that means amphetamine is connected to meth, okay? Methadone, which is what they usually give people to either get off meth and or fentanyl. So if you're telling me you found a factory that has fentanyl and meth in it, knowing that meth is a highly addictive drug like opium, and then you add it with something as deadly as fentanyl, which is baby opium / morphine, because it's in the same class as that. So now you have an even higher addictive morphine on the market. And that's why people be dying so bad. And you telling me you found an entire factory in New Mexico?
Mm-hmm.
What? What in the Breaking Bad is going to fuck on over there? Get the fuck out of here. And I've been watching this story like that's crazy. And then 2 days later, now California got this fucking massive leak. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Can't blame Mexico now. Can't say the Mexicans brought the drugs in. Nigga, we've been manufacturing it in New Mexico this whole time.
Oh my goodness. That thing was just getting crazier and crazier. Woo. Hold on a second.
Welcome to 2026, y'all. Hey. Good time.
There was something else. Since you brought up New Mexico and that story, that did remind me of another story. Because and I got hopefully my fan's not too loud. But
if my
who
background's
was it
loud,
that
let me know.
brought that
Sorry,
up? I believe Kate brought that up, and I wanted to let me drop this down. But that stuff always worries me. That's the reason why back home, like I didn't want to watch Breaking Bad. I still haven't really watched Breaking Bad because how many people were affected with meth back home, and how many cook shops that were going on, how bad of a problem it was in KC. I mean, now it's under control a lot better, but it was bad because of stuff like this that they were finding. And they only found out about it because the fire department kept coming to houses that were on fire that were cook shops. But let me put this other, because since we're already in New Mexico, let's follow on this one other story that I forgot about it until Kate brought that up, and I was like, you know what? Let me show this story. Where is it at? Where do I have it? Okay. In case y'all didn't see this story, this is something else that's going on in New Mexico. Crazy story.
Aliens.
Nukes and AI require 1.4 million gallons of water a day at New Mexico lab.
Yep. And yep.
So high atop a plateau in northern New Mexico, Los Alamos National Laboratory is facing its biggest expansion since World War II era Manhattan Project. That wasn't, nothing happened crazy with that. The top secret government effort to produce the world's first atomic weapons. The current expansion will require a colossal use of resources, including one that New Mexico has in short supply these days: water. Last month, the U.S. Department of Energy projected that the Los Alamos expansion will require around 504 million gallons of water annually, about 1.4 million gallons of water per day for at least another decade. By comparison, a single New Mexico resident uses about 81 gallons per day. I don't know how they get that math. Must be going into that. I think that's BS math. I think they're adding in companies also.
They got to. They got to be adding like hospitals
businesses and stuff.
Businesses.
Yeah. The labs start making plutonium bomb cores or pits for a new generation of warheads well before an environmental impact statement was published in March. In its latest move, however, the Department of Energy has set its sights on an even larger and thirstier expansion. So if y'all not following, they're expanding the nuclear program in New Mexico.
In New Mexico, yeah.
And giant data centers at the same time.
Hey, Marcus, can you do a favor for me? Can you Google real quick the heat map of a data center? Somebody took a picture of it. I just want y'all to see why it takes this much water, because my state just vetoed a they're trying to pass, not even a bill, but they're trying to pass a data center out here. It's 40,000 acres or some shit like that for a data center. Okay. First off, that's a lot. But if you see, like when we show you this heat map, I just want y'all to see the heat map of a data center, how much heat a fucking data center produces, which in turn shows you how much water is needed to fucking like house it.
You seeing that? How fucking red all that is. And so imagine for every one of those basically data towers that you have, all the heat that's coming off of just one of those, and they want to build.
Do they have the building? Do they have the picture of the building? Because the picture of the building is like very ominous.
This one right here. I know it doesn't look like it, but that one is that one's a building.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here is overhead. Like,
yeah,
go
that's
back
what
up
I'm
real quick.
saying. Look at that shit.
Let me go back up real quick. So this right here, which
is a room.
This right here is probably about 8 foot tall. It's probably about 8 foot tall, probably about, I want to say close to about 4 foot wide by about 16 feet in length. And that is this.
That little red dot at the bottom right.
You see all that red that's there.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if y'all know, but when it's showing blue, blue's not for cold.
That shit just so fucking hot.
Blue is not for cold. The green,
that shit's so hot.
The green are the green in this teal color. These are the cooler areas. But when you start seeing yellow and then orange and then red and then this blue, this is high heat.
Think about a blowtorch. That shit come out blue. You know that bitch hot.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a picture where they had the whole building, like the whole building was glowing, bro. It was like a aerial view of an entire building, data center or somewhere. They just posted that bitch. I said, y'all, that's exactly what it is.
Ugh.
This shit is insane, bro. And that's why they need 1.4 million gallons of fucking water
to
fucking cool that bitch down.
But that's the thing, that they used to do that for nuclear plants.
That's what I'm saying, because this is nothing more than a nuclear plant.
This is basically like creating a nuclear plant right next to you. And this one has the privilege of basically being a creation of more nukes and taking up as much power as nukes at the same. Oh my gosh.
And yet in the same breath, we just finished talking about how an entire building is leaking a chemical and they can't do shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me New Mexico, which is at the base of the Colorado River, am I not lying? That same Colorado River that has been drying up over the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Y'all think that ain't got shit to do with this? I'm telling you, Marcus, I hear what you're saying. I understand that there was incompetence. Somebody dropped the ball at that particular place. But I'm trying to tell you, bro, it's bigger than that. It's
Well,
so much
this
bigger than that.
stuff like this, though, the reason why I say the incompetence part is because some politician is like, okay, well, how much money are you going to donate to my campaign? I'll greenlight it. And they greenlight it and they greenlight it and they don't even pay attention to what the hell it is. But
No, they never
because
pay attention where they get the money.
somebody's decided that they want to increase their stock prices, they're going to ask for it. And they're going to think about it after the fact of, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I know I need all this water. Okay, but is this going to affect this and this and this over here? Yeah, maybe it will, but we're not worried about that right now. We're going to make more money. And then what happens is later on, when you have some problem with it and it causes a massive fire or it causes all these other problems, and now lawsuits start flying around. Oh, we didn't know that could have happened. That's where the incompetence part I'm saying is. You do this nefarious shit for the money and you think short term. And that's the problem. Most of these people think in the short term. They don't think about how this is going to impact things over time. And that's the problem with our leaders, where I talk about how stupid a lot of them are. They're thinking about how much money they can make individually. And think, if you have in Congress, compared over 500 members of Congress between the House and Senate, who are all thinking about, what can I get
out of this?
And then you add that out to every different type of business leader who's funding it. What can I get out? And if everybody's only thinking about what they can get and nobody's thinking about the blowback or harm from it, that's where I say the corruption and stupidity, because they're not doing this like, hey, I want to intentionally do this to mess up all these people. They just don't give a damn about the people.
Well, they were never part of the equation in the first place. They're simple casualties.
Well, here's the crazy part about it. Some of these businesses are that nefarious that they do think that way. I've had this conversation with my brother some years ago where he was telling me a company I won't name that they actually I'm not going to say, they actually factor in a certain amount of deaths per year from their employees. They factor that in, that's just the cost of doing business, and they're going to have to pay out roughly this amount of money to the family in lawsuits and whatever. And this how much money they're going to have to pay out to the legal team to fight this X and whatever. They already know that. That's already factored into their business, their operating costs.
You just lost the
So when I say that, some of them are not, many of them aren't to that level that they're thinking that far down the line, but some of them are. Some of them really are thinking that far down the line. So that's where, like,
welcome to America.
That crazy level of, well, that's, that's when money is your God, you don't care about the side effects.
No.
Because you're just making enough money to pay people for your screw up. That's the reason why people said, I want to have FU money. I want to have enough money to be able to say, fuck it. That's what FU money is. Okay, well, I do this. So, I mean, think about it. Eminem said that when he slapped that guy. Yeah, I have fuck it money. I have enough money to slap this guy and pay out the lawsuit.
He won't lie, though. He did.
And that's plenty of corporations are running like that. Like, we know that we're probably going to kill this amount of people. We know, and they'll factor in, they'll get a problem and they'll decide, if we shut down this plant, even if it doesn't cost that much in labor, we can run a few hours of overtime and get caught back up if we run it at 10% capacity higher. We can get that caught back up, but the loss that we'll have to shareholders because of bad press, we can't shut this down. So we'll take a couple of people dropping on the Amazon floors over dehydration.
Yeah.
We'll have a couple of people who get hurt and injuries at at a Walmart plant where they're shipping stuff out. We'll let a couple of those people end up getting, you know, maimed or harmed or die and just pay out the lawsuit. It doesn't matter. We got insurance on the employee, so we'll make that money back anyway.
Because all they are a number any damn way.
But that's why I say, when I say our leaders, our politicians, they only care about how many bags I can get. And some of them know the system is so corrupt that if they said anything, they'd be out of office anyway. So they decide, might as well get the bag.
That's insane. Welcome to America, capitalism.
Capitalism.
That's all we know.
What it breeds. That's what it breeds. Corruption on top of corruption. Speaking of that, did you hear about Trump stock trades?
No. Oh my God. I was just talking about that. Because one of my friends works for a non-public company that's about to go public, and I asked him, I said, you know, should I buy stock in this company? He was like, I can't tell you because it's like considered insider trading. And I'm looking at him like, boy, Trump do that stupid shit. The fuck are you talking about? You don't give me the secret.
Yo, Nina, where'd you send it to me at? Said I shared the picture. It said that Trump made Trump did about anywhere from 300 million to 700 million in trades, looking like more closer to around 700 million plus in trades in his first 3 months in office, which is more than the amount of trading, and I would say insider trading, that all Congress combined has done. So by himself, he's done more trades than what Congress does in a year span in his first 3 months in office.
That's about right. Sounds about
Proving when people say like, oh, well, Biden and Obama was corrupt. No, there is no president. There's no president on the level with how corrupt Trump is. Trump is by far the most corrupt person probably who's ever lived. I mean, I don't think people realize this dude is, at this point now, is done trillions. I mean, not trillions, but he's done easily into the billions in illegal trades.
This motherfucker. I'm just fuck illegal trades. You heard that man came out his face and said, "Oh, I'm gonna look out for all the Democrats that got all the Republicans that got their feelings hurt by Democrats." What in the fuck are you talking about, bro? I can't trust this motherfucker for nothing.
So on top of the Trump and trust thing, okay, oh, you need to send right there. Oh, that's the one. Hold on a second. Let me send this. How am I going to share this? Download image, and let's see. I can send this image to myself. Yonina sent the image that you were talking about. I just got to share it to myself. All right, hold on a second, and I'll share that image. This is the one you were talking about. This is the specific one, I believe. Where the heck is it at? Hold on, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, there it is. There it is. But yeah, here's it. And thank you, Yonina, for sending that. You see it?
That's the one. Thank you. That's the one. That's the heat map I was looking for. What the fuck is that?
It looks like a nuclear plant going off, basically. Like, I mean,
the data center, bro.
I know.
That's insane.
What do you mean?
Hey there,
Look at
old
that
man
shit.
Barker.
Look at that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You think you can live next to that, Marcus? They want motherfuckers to live next to that shit.
What happens if, run out of water? That thing is going up in smoke.
23 nukes a day. 23 nukes a day? We can't even humanly possibly make 23 a day, I don't think.
So where was the one? Oh, I guess I closed that one out. Trying to just close out some of these. I got a bunch of links up. What was it? Yonina was talking about. What was it? Gwendolyn White. Are you familiar with that one?
Gwendolyn White.
You probably are, but maybe not off the top of your head.
Is she the lady that
I
just
know
shot her
some of y'all
lawyers?
have heard it. Yeah, the lady that shot the lawyers.
Yeah, I had to
Here,
think
for
about her name.
those who are not familiar, let me share the screen. Let me share this so you guys are at least up to date.
Have you already talked about
better one
CHUD?
than this story, but I haven't talked about. I saved that. I wasn't gonna talk about that without you.
Okay, because I was about to say, since we talking about people court cases, let's go.
News here tonight. We've learned from Raleigh police that the two attorneys who were shot yesterday outside of the Wake County Courthouse are expected to be okay. Their injuries are not life-threatening. Also tonight, we're hearing from an attorney who previously represented the woman accused of shooting those two lawyers. Gwendolyn White is two counts.
Now, I want to hop in here first. I do not agree with the way that the framing that they're about to put on this woman from this lawyer. We'll speak on the other side of that, but just keep that in mind that this is the framing that they're going with right now. And also notice the information that they are not saying in here. And then we will get with you guys on the other side.
Did first-degree murder. White is accused of shooting Mary Harris and Jeffrey Whitley. Police say White shot the two as they left the courthouse. Today, we spoke with attorney Seth Bloom. He tells us he represented White in two cases. He says he could tell that she had significant mental health challenges.
She had, at the time that I represented her, called the police on her neighbors dozens of times. I think it was 37 times.
Apple
And
juice.
they got sick of it. Every time the police came out, they would investigate. And Miss White had this fixed belief that her neighbors were poisoning her through her air conditioning system, which there's no evidence at all that that was true.
Bloom says when he heard about the shooting yesterday, his heart went out to everybody involved.
I, of course, was terribly concerned for Mary Harris and for Jeff Whitley.
Actually, you know what? I feel like we don't even really need to play the rest of this because you can already tell which way
We
they're
can already see
going to
what's
go.
gonna happen.
They're trying to frame a narrative. The lawyers. Can somebody guess why she had a problem with these lawyers? Or does anybody know why she had a problem with these lawyers?
Were they lying on her top?
Well, she believed that they were misrepresenting things in the case and basically screwed her over from justice that was going on with her and her family members.
Really?
Yes. This woman was seeking justice, I believe, for a family member who I believe had passed.
So, what did her family? Now I got to go look at her case. What did her family do? What did her family do?
So let me go to another one that's not that framing and see if I can pull up. Let's see what the Independent says. Let's see. North Carolina woman who shot two lawyers outside of court after hearing police say. Let's see. Gwendolyn E. White, 57, around lawyers Mary Harris and Jeffrey Whitley outside the Wake County Courthouse. Raleigh Police Chief Rico Boyce told reporters Friday the shooting happened around 10:30 a.m. in Raleigh. Now let's skip down, see if we can find more about her case in this story, because this is just talking about what happened. We were saddened to learn 2 attorneys representing the town of Rolesville in a civil matter were shot outside of Wake County courthouse this morning, the town of Rolesville said in a statement. Fox Rothschild, who has represented the town of Rolesville for decades, and while they were not employees of the town, this incident is deeply disturbing. We are thankful to the first responders. According to Fox Rothschild's website, Harris graduated from North Carolina State University in 2019 and earned her law. Okay, this is talking about the lawyers.
Yeah, we don't care about them.
Okay. But basically, this was a civil suit that this woman had against the county.
Mm-hmm.
So why did this woman feel she need to shoot these people?
She feels they misrepresented the case?
Yeah, the county is being represented by the law firm of Fox and Rothschilds. That's where it catches a lot of people's attention. But basically, this was a civil case against the county that she's suing. Now, the better question to ask is, why is she suing them?
Yes, that's what I want to know. What'd they do?
Let's see.
If she
What
said
was
she getting poisoned, I can only imagine.
it's like lawsuit? See, yeah, they just keep on character assassination. But what was her case about? All right. Okay, here we go. What happened before Raleigh courthouse shooting? Records reveal suspect she was in court with. Okay. Let me pull this one up and see what it says. Had a long-running legal battle, records show. Okay, let's skim. A judge dismissed. Okay. Friday morning tied to a civil case that's filed against the Rolesville Police Department in 2022. In the lawsuit, she sought body camera footage of an incident that she said happened in her home. A judge dismissed the case in January 2026. Friday hearings was scheduled to determine whether it should be reinstated. Police said White became belligerent during the hearing and left the courthouse shortly before the shooting. So this woman was suing the police department for body cam footage when they came into her home. And they decided she doesn't need that.
Why not?
Now let's go back. Investigators say the dispute dates back about 5 years. Court records show it began in March 2021 when Roseville police responded to a verbal altercation between White and 2 neighbors. Officers determined no crime had occurred. The neighbors later sought a civil no contact order. In February 2022, White requested body camera footage from that incident. The recordings were located in April, but court documents said she did not receive them until this year. White later filed a motion of contempt against the police department over the delay. In January, a judge ruled the department had to provide the video, but was not in contempt. Records show White received the footage 2 days later. The following day, she filed another motion seeking a new case related to the release of the recordings. A hearing was set 10 a.m. Friday to determine whether that case should be reinstated. Police said White became belligerent during the hearing and left shortly before the shooting. So, what did you hear there? It sounds like this woman believed this woman was stating that something happened when she called out the police. The police decided, no, nothing's happened. We're just gonna end this case closed and leave. She requested for footage. It was supposed to be given to her. It was not given to her. they waited longer than the period that was allocated for her to receive said footage. They didn't get the footage. She had to go back to court again. Then that judge said, okay, yeah, you got to give it to her. 2 days later, she finally got that footage. Then she went back to court with that footage just for this judge to basically say, well, you know, that footage is irrelevant. What's on that tape? What is that footage? This is a case that I'm probably going to look into later on and figure out what is going on with this judge. What are they trying to hide?
Well, I'm piecing shit together right now, okay? So check me out. With everything that we now seen, both sides of the story, both sides of the coin, you know how I feel about them apple juice. With that being said, so her first attorney, that's who they interviewing. That's who was so quick to come up and speak on her behalf and start to tarnish her character and paint this narrative in the first fucking place. Why the fuck y'all ain't interviewing her nieces, nephews, her family, other people in the town, other neighbors? I don't give a fuck if this bitch is crazy. I want to know about the neighbors across the street from the neighbors she got beef with. Okay.
And I want to know, going into I sent her a Facebook message to you. Read it. Okay. Yonina just sent us something.
Okay. So this motherfucker gets up here on Rihanna's internet and immediately starts bashing her character, but representing the fact that he was the lawyer for her last case, the one that they just threw the fuck out.
Yeah.
Why you not her lawyer no more?
Yeah, why are you not a lawyer?
Why you not her lawyer representing her again? What did you do in this entire thing? What is your position in this? Are you trying to get judged? Because elections is going on right now all over the fucking board. So with that being said, like, what you trying to move up to? You feel me? Because ain't nobody asked you for nothing. Like, get the fuck out of here. And they have
So come on, it pops up. My mother. Okay, here's the story. Okay, hold on. I wonder, can I put this on the screen? I think this is something that I should probably put on the screen. Where is it? Copy link. Hold on a second. And I will move this over, share my screen so you guys can read along with me.
But yeah, I'm just looking at
this is from the lady's own account herself. Well, let's take this so untrustworthy ass person off the screen.
Marcus, listen to me. So check me out. I was like, literally, you don't judge me. I was like this year's old. This a couple weeks ago, while you're getting everything together. A couple weeks ago, I'm sitting here on the phone. I can't remember who I was talking to, but I was talking about how I've been watching like Good Omen and American Gods and all like the Neil Gaiman stuff. And then I was telling my homeboy. And I was like, yeah, I love Jeff Goldblum. Like, I had the wildest crush on Jeff Goldblum. I've had a crush on him ever since fucking The Fly, right? And I'm talking to him. Yeah, like, I love me some Jeff Goldblum. I just think he's the cutest little thing ever. Well, my man's is talking to me about it, right? And he was like, how the hell you gonna like them to you with the way that you be feeling about the apple juice people? And I was like, what are you talking about?
You didn't realize. Oh,
my man, Marcus, hurt.
But do you know that he's been speaking out on Gaza?
So he ain't all the way apple juice. I hope not.
He's one of those who's criticizing though.
About building on Gaza? Good. Because like
he's like the Aaron Mates and the Max Blumenthals and the why am I can't remember her name? Katie. Goodness gracious. Apologies, I can't remember that poor girl's name. Katie, dang it. I know y'all, somebody will know who I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah, I was like, no, not him. And my man was like, yeah, man, that's
Katie Halper. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
I was like,
but yeah, he's been speaking out, so I have respect for him because I know like he's been getting pressure.
Man, this whole time I thought he was part black, y'all. I didn't know. So seeing that her attorney's name is Bloom and knowing how I just found out that my boo was one of them, I said, oh my God. But
but check this out. This is from the lady herself, Gwendolyn White. So I prefer this more than anything because you get to hear her side of the story, whether you like it, agree with it. But here's her story. It said, there's no shock and awe. My mother and I ran into neighbors that was a KKK grand wizard unknowingly to us at purchasing of the home in 12/30/19 on 12/30/19 on 1/2/20. These neighbors started breaking into our home repeatedly, and a confession was made on 1/3/22 to Judge McCulsers and 3/3/22 on a Roseville police officer's body cam. That's why she wants the body cam. Roseville's police department chief has fully refused to turn over that footage, and today his attorney said it has been deleted. And on 4/20/22, since a court request was initiated 1/3/22 and repeatedly requested by Wake County Superior Court Judge Rozier, my mom is dead behind this mess, and I will get justice, period. This is not over.
Ooh, you put your mama in it? Oh, baby, the way that I go to war for Sonya? Oh, baby, yeah, them lawyers ain't nothing. I'm kind of sad she missed. Damn.
Yeah.
She should have got her.
It's some fuckery afoot. It is some fuckery afoot.
Oh my gosh. So the police body cam just so happened to be deleted all of a sudden.
That's what they're saying.
Man.
And I imagine these are older because I guess they weren't deleted because it said that they released it later on.
They must have altered it. They can alter it though. Y'all had enough time. For sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, even if it's not altered, what they're saying is the judge is basically saying, well, basically this doesn't tell me anything. It's not admissible to your case.
And if y'all all KKK members, then it don't matter.
Yeah, but he's basically like just tossing it out. He's like basically saying that that's not evidence. And so that's the reason why she's upset, because she's like, I'm not getting a fair trial here. Now, I'm not telling anybody what they should do, but I honestly think the people in them robes, maybe some hot things need to go their direction instead of the lawyers.
Man, listen.
Because a lot of these judges are the ones who are doing these things.
Yeah.
I'm not telling anybody what they should do. Not saying that I would do anything, and I'm not advocating for anybody to do anything, but maybe there are ways to legally go after judges, going after their licensing, trying to push it to the state Supreme Court or even Supreme Court. But that focus need to be on the judge, because the judge is playing some games.
Well, I hope she plead insanity. I hope that she pleads distress because of the current situation with the police department, that same police department that came and arrested you at the courthouse in Raleigh. I hope you play this bitch the fuck up, girl. You better give them a goddamn Angela Bassett waiting to excel performance on this motherfucker. Because, baby, the way, like, you have, like, make sure your Facebook post is motherfucking goddamn viewable so that you can go ahead and say, look, they made me lose my motherfucking mind.
Well, the play has to be, if you're the lawyer, the play has to be temporary insanity. It has
gotta be. This is the best version of it, in my opinion.
Because
She mad behind her mama.
they'll say, well, she left the court and she went to a car and she actually went to the alley where they were. That's premeditated. Yeah, but premeditated also, you run into a problem with just calling this a normal first degree or a second degree if it's temporary insanity. Because temporary insanity can lead you down a path of decision making, especially when it's a crime of passion.
I was about to say that crime of passion, baby.
Now, so I mean, though I don't have a legal license, I'm just saying I believe that a lawyer worth his salt could mount her a solid defense, and definitely. Well, I doubt she would make this mistake, but make sure you don't do a bench trial. And I say this to everybody out there: never do a bench trial. Always do a jury trial. And for those who don't know the difference, a bench trial is where the judge just makes a decision. Actually, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Depending on where you are, it makes the difference. So if you know that you got a straight up decent judge, and you're in a heavily racist area where you are not going to get a proper jury by your peers, then it'd be a good time to go for a bench, because you might get, people who are going to throw that evidence out and rule against you on whatever grounds, sexism, racism, homophobia, whatever it is. But if you think that you got a judge that's going to be, that's not going to be impartial, and you can get a better shake with a jury of your peers, make sure that you weigh those things out, which way you go, because it can be the difference in, life or death, or life imprisonment.
That shit is so fucking crazy. So Shorty literally going to jail. I mean, Shorty literally going to court because she's telling you her neighbors are fucking with her. He lied, bro.
Neighbors that are KKK, and not to mention KKK. She said one of them is a grand
wizard. She was very specific behind this shit. And so honestly, I'm at a point, I don't even care if Shorty crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if she made all this shit up and she off her Lexapro.
I guarantee you there's evidence. I mean, if you're able, well, at this point now, more is going to have to be dug up. And if I'm her, if I'm in her shoes, or if I'm somebody around her, what I'm going to be telling to her defense is, to help prove my case, to help defend me, can you please bring in a PI so that they can investigate my neighbors to prove the fact that they are Klans members? It's showing that if you can prove that they are Klan members, then also I would ask for you to actually, I would ask for you to do an inquiry on the officers that came out. Because a lot of times,
get this judge up out of here too.
Well, yeah, I would want to go through all their social medias. I would think all of that should be admissible to prove a conspiracy that's going on in court. Because there's times that you find that's what happened in that Rockefeller case that was going on in KC. You found out, actually, I got another one that is even more egregious. The case with Ahmaud Arbery, if y'all remember that case.
Yes.
The prosecutor and the county clerk's office and the judge that was on that initial preliminary when the case was brought up all buried it. And when you went to look back, you found out that that judge had a relationship with the father, one of the perpetrators who shot Ahmaud Arbery. The son, I believe, was engaged to somebody in the county clerk's office. And I believe like the prosecutor was like the sister-in-law or something. So it was a conspiracy that was going on because all of these people were all related and all were basically like family and friends. And so of course there wasn't going to be a fair trial. And that's why it got thrown out until media got attention on it and all that stuff started coming up and discovered. And that's what needs to happen in a case like this. You need to go through everybody who's involved. You need to go through it seems like there was 2 different judges. You need to go through both of those judges' background, social medias. You need to go through the officers who showed up at the time. And I would also get internal affairs involved. Now, sometimes internal affairs is just as corrupt. I know in the movies they show like they're not, but sometimes internal affairs will cover for officers. But if in this case they're not, and we also got to remember, this is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes. No, it's not. They live on the outskirts of Raleigh. They just go to court in Raleigh. So think of it as that. This is a small town on the outside. Exactly. This is a small town on the outskirts of Raleigh.
Well, the point that I was going to bring up is how far is Raleigh from Stone Mountain, Georgia?
Ooh, what happened to them boys?
And so what and I'm just asking that for context, because Till, can you tell people about how close these areas are?
Bro, it's not, baby. I was in South Carolina last Sunday. That's why I couldn't get on the show. It takes me a day to get, not even a day, 5 hours for me to get to South Carolina.
That's my point.
Not going through North Carolina. I can get to Raleigh in 2.5 hours if I want to go. Same distance between my house and DC is like here to Raleigh.
And Stone Mountain's only a couple hours the other direction.
It sure is. I can
get to Georgia in what, 6?
Mm-hmm.
If I take the right way, I can get into a small town in Kentucky and never be heard of again.
Now,
On the
for
way out
those who
there,
don't know why I'm bringing up Stone Mountain, Georgia.
those 2 boys that got murdered out there.
Not only that, let me show y'all something.
The fact that it's a KKK town and black people go missing out that bitch.
Yeah, let me show y'all something. Stone Mountain, Georgia is right north of Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Actually heading towards the Tennessee line.
It's honestly right in between Tennessee and Georgia if you're traveling that way.
So it is on Robert E. Lee Lane.
Oh, child.
Now, I wonder if I can.
Now it's 2026. Why they ain't changed that name yet? I know y'all probably gonna be like, oh, because blah, blah, blah. Nah, fuck all that. My grandmother's church that I used to go to, which was no bigger than a studio apartment, low key, because we was old Southern folks in Boykins, Virginia.
Oh, that's right. I don't have it on the screen. I was like, can y'all see this? Hold on. Let me show y'all something for those who don't know a little bit about the South.
When Nat Turner got decapitated and tortured, they put his head on a signpost, and my grandmother's church was 2 miles away from Blackhead Signpost Street. Okay? Just 2 years ago, they changed it.
Can y'all see that? Stone Mountain generals refer to the 3 figures carved into the massive granite face of Stone Mountain in Georgia. Confederate generals Robert E. Lee, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, and Confederate President Jefferson Davis. If you don't know, the modern form of the Klan was founded on the top of Stone Mountain, Georgia. They used to have their meetings at the top of this mountain. Heck, what you were talking about, them changing that name. When I was still in Jacksonville when they finally changed the name of Nathan Bedford High School.
Ooh.
Yeah, a high school that's predominantly black kids, named after a grand wizard of the KKK.
Well, that's what they usually do, bro. That's what they usually do. I mean, Christopher Newport University. That's in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we had Robert E. Lee High. You feel me? Like, we had them, and they would be in the hood. They would also take, prime example, Robert E. Lee High most likely takes the kids off of MLK.
Mm-hmm.
Catch my drift? Like, get out of here. This shit is crazy. They ain't changing the name if they don't want to, and they don't have to. Because who's going to sit and really do the research besides the people that get their dicks hard off of that shit? Nobody.
Yep.
Unless you're us.
Peep what Thomas said here. He says, so one of the most black populated cities, Atlanta, is surrounded by some commutes with ties to known KKK and Southern Confederacy. Yes.
Yes.
They are completely surrounded by some of the most racist people you could run across. That's the reason why
this ain't the modern day line. Like, this is modern day redlining, bro.
When I used to drive from Jacksonville to Kansas City, I had to drive all the way across the state of Georgia, then all the way across the state of Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that area where CHUD the Builder is at, I used to go through there all the time.
Come on, we about to get to him.
All of these areas are some of the most racist places you can go. Outside of Alabama and Mississippi.
Jefferson Davis's memorial? Can you pull that up real quick since you got this up here? Can you please find Jefferson Davis's memorial? It is the most disturbing thing. It is the most disturbing thing I've seen in a long time. And I've driven across this country 5 times. I've driven east to west 3 times and west to east twice. Okay. And one of the times that I was going west to east, I was going to go to Huntsville, stop at my dad's house. And I see this weird ass motherfucking monument in the cut.
Oh, this one right here? Oh, that's right. Do I got the screen up? Yeah.
I see it. No, it's that big ass weird building.
Go to the image.
Yeah, it's that first one.
Uh-huh. This one right here.
Yeah, that one's eerie looking because that's on some like Masonic shit too, because there is a red glass at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's a fucking eye, bro. The thing at the top of that bitch is a red eye. I pulled off the road and went to go look at it, and I was like, damn, this motherfucker was Trump Jr. or Trump iOS update 1.0 because this motherfucker wanted to be a president so fucking bad that he made himself the president of the Confederacy and created his own Washington Monument.
Mm-hmm.
But one upped it with the weird ass fucking sacrifice eye.
Well, you know what it is. The way that the point is, it's supposed to get back to the pyramids of Egypt, and it goes into all
I
the
ain't trying to hear none of this.
masonry
No,
and all that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. No, fuck all of that. They got here, they changed the game just like they got here and changed the Bible. I ain't trying to hear that shit. When it's on this land, this stolen land, this bloody land, fuck what you talking about. That shit is some demonic shit. I saw it on a cloudy day. It was broad daylight, but it was cloudy, bro. It was a cloudy fucking day. And next thing I fucking know, I look, I'm like, oh, what the fuck is that? Jefferson Davis Memorial. Stop on by.
And if you, the more you go across the South, where it is littered and named all these Confederate generals all over the place.
Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson. Stonewall Jackson, I did
And-
many projects on him. I just find it funny how he always like he got clipped by his own people.
Well, here's the crazy thing. I don't think a lot of people know. What a lot of people don't know is, do y'all know when these monuments all popped up?
In the 80s.
Some of them are as late as the 80s, but most of these didn't pop up until the 50s and 60s. So it's not like, oh, this goes all the way back to the no. Most of this stuff popped up in the 50s and 60s with the Daughters of the Confederacy.
Godly, them bitches.
Yes, the Daughters of the Confederacy, the same ones who
That
had the
created
ability
Planned
to
Parenthood.
approve, well, that too, but approve most of the information that went into our textbooks regarding the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in a lot of the Southern textbooks, it used to say the War of Northern Aggression, not the Civil War.
Insane.
Oh, shoot. Let me shout
How to
out
play-
Jackie. Says, well, I suppose I better go to bed. Don't want to get up too late. Thanks for the show, Marcus and Till. Been great as usual. Thank you, Jackie.
Good
for
night,
being here.
Jackie.
We love you. Have a
Jackie's
good
from
one.
across the pond. Oh, damn. I was about to say Happy Memorial Day, and I'm like, oh, she don't know what that is because that's American shit.
Oh, actually, before we move on to that, while we're talking old stuff and memorials and all that, let me put something on the screen for y'all. A little history. That's partially why I decided to wear this shirt that I'm wearing. If you guys
I was
can't
about to say
see it.
something about it. I like it. Free-ish. Yeah.
You see it
Yeah.
since 1865?
Ish.
Yeah.
Emancipation Proclamation. I love how they lied to us for so many years and made us believe like the Emancipation Proclamation made niggas free, and it was like, actually, no. On second thought, y'all got contracts.
Shout out to Liz for bringing this information up. I myself did not actually know this.
Shout out, Liz. Thank you. History lesson. Let's go.
I was like, what? Interesting. The origin of Memorial Day traced back to 1865 when freed slaves started the tradition to honor fallen Union soldiers and to celebrate emancipation and commemorate those who died for the cause. And here it is right here, proving first Memorial Day on May 1st, 1865, a parade to honor the Union War dead took place. The event marked the earliest celebration known of what became known as Memorial Day. The crowd numbered in the thousands, with African-American school children from newly formed freedmen schools leading the parade.
Black people always creating some shit, and man, y'all man, listen, y'all always biting off our shit, bro. Always. Y'all, man, nigga, we was minding our business with Juneteenth. You know I got onto that last time, Marcus. We was minding our fucking business, bro, with Juneteenth, and here niggas want to get a day off of work. Y'all don't need it. Y'all need to be at work that Friday and this Monday. Because what the fuck you mean we created Memorial Day and here they come fucking making a goddamn buck off of it?
Yeah.
Juneteenth was literally the day like, nigga, I just need a break. Memorial Day was like, damn, nigga, I just need a break. And here y'all come talking about some, oh yeah, me too. Fuck you, bitch. You had a break for 400 years, nigga.
That's how it normally goes.
Head ass
Well,
niggas.
you gonna have a Memorial Day? No, we're gonna have Memorial Day too. It's like that
Why?
little kid who can't have nothing,
Fear of missing
They
out,
can't they
bitch
can't
ass.
see they can't see other kids doing something on their own. They got to do it too.
That's
And then take
man.
over it and then make it. No, this is my holiday. This is
Yeah.
ours.
Like, no, I don't want to share this shit no more with y'all. Speaking of sharing shit, oh damn, we got to get back to CHUD too. But speaking of sharing
Yeah.
shit, since we're on our racist segment right now, did you hear about that white community that denied a Jewish lady's application and her black husband?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So that happened. They're suing them for not letting them into their white community. Just throwing shit at the wall like a Vice editor. Why the fuck would you want to go there? Why would you want to even go there? Like, you thought you were that good and privileged? Like, you thought your white card pulled so much rank that you got, I'm gonna go apply to go stay in this white ass city. Not just like a little, you know what I'm saying, gated community. No, a fucking white city. And you was like, yeah, my white card's so hard, I'm gonna get in and I'm gonna get my nigga in. Fuck you thought this was? Bitch, you're taking him to get out. You are literally taking him to go become a slave. Because why the fuck would you even put your black husband in that type of jeopardy? Nothing good is coming out of being the only black person in a city. Because one day, a mixed kid get to running around in somebody's neighborhood, they know exactly what nigga did it.
Yeah.
That's dumb. You thought your white card was that strong, boo? That's crazy. Now that's white privilege. That's whiter than white privilege. Her white privilege was so squared to the second power. She was like, yeah, the white people fuck with me so hard. I'm gonna bring my black husband and my little Jewish little blood up in this bad boy. And them motherfuckers said, yeah, no, go on, get the fuck on.
Well, while we on racist stuff, I might as well go into these other stories too that I got, because they deserve, they need to be talked about. You know how they say her name? There's some situations that we need to bring up. I'm gonna throw out this first one because it's
Is it the one from Richmond?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. I thought it was the one from Richmond because I was about to say, yeah, mental health and black people just don't work.
Let's see, which one was it? No, this one's Florida this time.
Okay.
This one's Florida. So let's see. Let me put this on here. Because this is a teacher, and I figured this will roll into the next story, talking about teachers and all that.
Oh, Jesus.
Florida middle school teacher fired after viral video shows her hanging black baby doll from classroom's TV monitor. A Florida middle school teacher has been fired after viral video. Parents and community members are calling racist and deeply offensive. The video appeared to show her hanging a baby doll from the classroom TV monitor with a cord, and she's hanging the baby doll around the neck. The video recorded by a 14-year-old student at Barrington Middle School in Lithia, about 20 to 25 miles southeast of Tampa, has racked up hundreds of thousands of views on social media. She took the charger cord and wrapped it around the baby's neck and tied it, said the student. Noah, who recorded the video, she tried multiple attempts to get it above the TV, and once she got it over, she lowered it down so it'd be visible under the TV. I don't know what the context of why this lady thought that was the thing to do or whatever, but this is the kind of crap that's still going on.
Well, my thing is first off, she said, she was like, oh, I made a bad decision. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. I think that's like the only statement that they've said from her so far is like she feels like that was, it was a bad look or some misjudgment, whatever the fuck they coached her into saying. But I'll never forget Miss Kelly, God rest her soul. She was an evil white lady that had this wild ass white bouffant hair. And we knew she was racist. Miss Kelly, oh man, she was so mean to the black kids only, bro. Only. And that's like in the 90s. This is the 90s, bro. This is way closer to her being a daughter of the Confederacy. When I tell you her hair was white as fuck, bro, she was old as hell when I was like a kid. Well, she ends up teaching until I graduate. Now, part two of this is her like homie was Miss Akers. Miss Akers was a hippie teacher, right? She started teaching my dad's freshman year. Was it freshman or senior? Senior year of high school. My father graduated in 58. She started teaching in 58, and she was my AP English teacher.
Okay. She taught from 58 till at least 2009.
Mm-hmm.
1958 to 2009, that bitch started teaching at one of the first integrated schools of my city. And like, you think these bitches ain't still alive, treating kids weird and doing weird racist shit? And no, nigga, that shit crazy. Like, these motherfuckers keep breeding. They don't stop.
Yeah. I mean, here, I'll like just to give you kind of like so people can follow time linearly. My mom, one of the teachers that she had. Now, this was a great teacher. So, shout out to Mrs. McKendra if she's still with us, and her family. But Mrs. McKendra was one of my mom's teachers. I went to the same high school as my mom 20 years later. Miss McKendra was still there. About another 20 something years later, when I was married, my stepsons, one of the no, they both went there. Went there, and he had Mrs. McKendra as his teacher also. So that
What
lady
the
spent
hell?
about 40 years plus in one school, almost 50 years in that one school.
That's what I'm like.
But
That's
for those good teachers you have, that's been 40 plus to 50 years in one school.
There's an evil bitch
There
in
are
there doing
bad
it.
ones and evil ones who spend that same amount of time too.
Like, they literally like, and not to mention, oh, here we go. Let's go ahead and build it up too, Marcus. I might need you to Google this one for me real quick. What about that African American studies principal? I think he's in Howard, somewhere in DC. He studied African American studies like in a university, and now he's out here trying to like sue anything that is pro-black or does anything for the black community.
Yeah, Florida is getting rough. All these places are getting rough. I mean, I got one other story that's kind of dark. So I'm giving y'all a warning. If y'all haven't heard this story or not. But let me share this with y'all. I don't know if y'all heard this or not. Did you hear this story about the little 7-year-old?
Getting beat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Here, I'll play it for y'all.
Long Island child.
3 women were arrested this week, charged with sadistic abuse that led to the 7-year-old's death. Jordan Duncan had been placed in their home by a court. And today, Carolyn Gussoff asked Suffolk County lawmakers how that could have happened.
It's a picture-perfect suburban Cape, but prosecutors describe a house of horrors inside where they say 7-year-old Jordan Duncan was tied up in a bathtub and routinely tortured. 3 generations in one family were charged in her death Wednesday in what prosecutors called wicked and evil torture.
The cutest little thing. And if you notice that, the daughter looks like she's probably mixed. So it shows you can still get that treatment from people who are supposedly people of color. If that evil mentality has been brainwashed into their heads, which there's a lot of them out there, just like that girl. But you see 3 generations doing it.
That you want to see in your life. Never saw any marks on her face.
Neighbors are horrified to learn the details of her December death after Emily Kelly called 911. An autopsy documented 90 injuries, including whip marks and internal stab wounds that caused a fatal infection. Prosecutors say the child missed 40 days of school, and in each case, Kelly provided an excuse, a family trip, or a death or illness. Prosecutors say not only did Kelly subject this child to horrific abuse and torture, but appallingly, she documented it with videos and casual text messages between her and her daughter. You can't hit her face. You got to hit her body if you're going to hit her. That's another thing we've got to hide.
Shocked about that people could act so savagely.
Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine says the county's Child Protective Services involvement in the case was minimal.
It's not a failure of CPS, and the child's placement was done by a judge. We will act on any information that comes out that suggests to us that improvements can be made.
The child was placed by court order with Kelly, her incarcerated father's fiance. Kelly's mother and daughter were also charged. Suffolk lawmakers are calling for a full review.
How was this child placed
in the hands of somebody who could be this unfit and this abusive? How could school, not see her for 40 days over the course of a year and not ask questions?
Schools are expected to contact CPS when there is repeated unexplained absences combined with warning signs.
The personnel at the school are mandated reporters.
We have no comment at the moment.
Jordan's biological relatives declined comment.
Small memorials flank the front steps, which neighbors say was part of a major house renovation since the child died. All three women have entered not guilty pleas.
How that's easy is because if there's no record of abuse or no record of any kind of criminal activity, yeah, you can give a child to all kinds of people. You couldn't necessarily fault the court for that. Also, you couldn't even really fault the school for that. They say, well, 40 absences in a year. 40 absences in a year is if a parent comes in and says, oh, they were out because of this, that's as far as it's going to be taken most times. So I don't get what you mean. Oh, well, how did we not notice this? The question should have been, how did any teacher not notice any kind of the girl coming in and sore, having pain, saying she was hurting, or if a kid can, like, they're coming in shorts. You see that she was wearing shorts in some of those pictures. There were no cuts, scratches, whelps, any of that. I'm sure there were some kind of signs. Now, you can't say, well, how did they put them into this house? If they don't have any kind of record, that's how.
Yeah.
Also,
I've seen people get flagged for adopting cats over fucking fostering kids.
Yeah, who's going to think that a house full of women are going to do that?
See, that's that double standard shit. You know how I feel about that, Marcus.
Oh, I know, because that's the same thing which happened with those other kids that were going through that abuse.
The lady that lady just killed. Well, yeah, that lady just killed a baby up my way. You know, and her. It was like what they say, 3 generations killed a little baby.
Yeah,
little black baby. I will die on this hill. White people do not need to be adopting black kids. I'm gonna die on that hill. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die on that hill. Kill me.
I hear you.
My Kanye hill and that hill, white people do not need to adopt kids. Like Angelina, not everybody is Angelina Jolie, bro. You're just not. You're not Tomb Raider. You're not the type to let your kid go to an HBCU and cross. You're not the type to be able to find somebody to do her hair right. You ever know that Angelina Jolie kids ain't never look crazy?
No,
I don't think she's doing their hair personally, but I know she got the right hairdresser. She took the time to find out her kid's hair type or some shit to make sure it got done right.
But Madonna's kids have.
Dad, don't get me started on Madonna, bro. She weird anyway.
I'll leave it at that.
I won't even say that's a white person taking care of black kids. That's when you can't let that weird cat lady that like to dance outside in her muumuu adopt kids. That's a different bracket. She just crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe if she was the same woman, she would be Angelina Jolie. Cause she, you know what I'm saying? She don't never harm her nothing. She ain't never had no bad rap with her with her babies, but like she just a hippie, bro.
Yeah.
That's just a look in parent clothing. Bless her heart, but like no, regular white people in the world do not need to be adopting black kids. I promise you. There's as much as the mortality rate is for women in the black community just giving childbirth in the first place, like there are many of black women that would probably be cool with adopting a black child if y'all gave them the chance. Thank you, Johnny. Okay, I agree. Like, get out of here. And like it's crazy because like, man, the medical field, when black women in the medical field, like I'm watching all these white people get their fucking panties in a bunch because Trump in office, and now they having the right to sue people based off of like only black circles. Like there was a white lady suing this doula in California because she was teaching a black women's like birth class. And they were like, no, you can't be here. And she's like, why not? I said, because this is for black women, because our mortality rate is the highest. And she fussed with this black lady, and now she's suing her because that's not a space for her. Bitch, it's not a space for you. Y'all have done enough on the black women anatomy. Y'all have done enough on the black womb. Y'all have done enough fucking damage between the doctors in the Confederacy up to the fucking daughters of the Confederacy, creating Planned Parenthood, creating these entities that were meant to fucking kill black women and their children and their spawns. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, bitch, we don't need you in these spaces no more.
We really don't. We don't need you touching our kids no more.
Which I could be off, but sometimes I even wonder if that's not like an attempt at like COINTELPRO. Like they intentionally went and found a pregnant woman that they could use to bring in and infiltrate, to spy on them and try to, corrupt whatever they have going on. I could just be paranoid, but I mean, I wonder sometimes if that's not why some of these people do it, or it's just that I don't like for y'all to be doing this thing over there, so I need to be involved in it.
Man, I think it's a lot of that. It's always a lot of that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know which one it is, but
it's always the latter. How many videos we have of black people being harassed by white women that just can't mind their fucking business?
Yeah.
There's right then and there. That is their issue.
Whole channels dedicated to it.
There's whole channels dedicated to Karens not minding the business that pays them at all whatsoever. And yet here we are minding y'all minding our business, minding our babies. No, I don't like it. And there's way too many white people that kill their own fucking kids, baby. To go do your own Lord's work over there. Like, leave our babies alone.
I was wondering, did you weigh in, and did you want to weigh in at all on the Trump assassination?
Bro,
assassination.
The last two people been black.
Mm-hmm.
The story writes itself.
Which said he was
Jesus Christ, obviously.
Christ, yeah.
He was Jesus Christ. He was Jesus. Where's his manifesto? Okay, so you're telling me budget cuts are getting so bad we can't even get manifestos anymore? Last two dudes, I haven't gotten a manifesto. All I've gotten is a cousin saying, yeah, he was acting kind of weird the last few days. No, bitch, I need a manifesto. So y'all got rid of the manifesto writing department? That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Facts right here, Chris H. Facts. And this is something that I used to I came to this revelation. I don't even want to call it a revelation. I just come to this kind of understanding and thinking. And I wish like some of these people who can't understand the other side of this would just understand it. Chris H says here, I don't know if U.S. is ever going to be ready to come to terms with the history of anti-Black racism. It's like getting a 48er to acknowledge what they're doing to Gaza. And just like the whole reparations things, because I know I've seen people in the chat bring up about the MAGA reparations. If you're never going to want to rectify the situation, you're never going to want to deal with reparations, you never want to do any of that, then stop mentioning any of unity and getting beyond things, and just understand there's always going to be a massive divide. And just live with the divide and be comfortable with it, because you're deciding you would rather the division. I just wish they would stop saying, no, we're not going to do this, but at the same time, we want things to not be divided. You can't have it both ways. I don't know. Am I wrong, Teal?
No, I believe, bro, we are founded on racism. We were founded on racism. What the fuck? The foundation is racist. We gotta rip. If y'all really think we finna be kumbaya, we gonna have to rip this bitch up from the bottom. But no, at all whatsoever. No. It's too deep. It's too deep. It's literally the building blocks of our entire founding. Like, get that shit through your head first off, and then second of all, like, bro, it's in your face. On top of that, he is literally giving these January 6th crackers fucking reparations, and they didn't build shit in this motherfucking country. But he's not giving reparations to the same Black people that built the building that they rushed in the first fucking place. Make it make sense to me. Make that make sense. Like, get out of here. Don't know. Like I told you, I need the real assassin to come to the front. If he exists, go ahead, Billy Ray, Joe Bob, not Jamal.
I love that.
Come on. Come on. Get out of here. They fucking getting reparations, 1.8 bill. They just miraculously found it. That's the manifesto budget right there. That's why we ain't been getting none, Marcus, because it's going to reparations. I need the manifesto budget back. Like, ever since WWE's wife got in charge of the Department of Education, like, we ain't got no cool stuff, no manifestos. We ain't got no suicide letters. How y'all know he thought he was Jesus Christ? Who told you that?
Oh, they have multiple encounters with this dude.
Oh, so y'all seen this crazy motherfucker before?
The FBI and they had this dude on the list. Like, they got him documented over years.
Oh, so they just activated this agent? Oh yeah. That's what y'all did? Y'all activated him. Okay. Oh, you don't want to you want to shrug shoulder. Oh, Marcus gonna drink on me. Oh, okay. He gonna sip his drink on me like, I don't know what you talking about, T. You a motherfucking liar. They activated that nigga.
I don't know. I mean, they just so happen to know so much about this individual and have shoot him away so many times. And I don't know, weirdly enough, he just decides, you know what,
Today's the
right
day.
now is a good day for me to just like let off a whole bunch of shots. And while all these reporters are already outside covering the White House and talking about the ballroom, and then I don't know, unconnectedly, Trump just starts talking about the ballroom needs to be built right after that.
Oh, Jesus. What if, hey, you can, okay,
After, didn't, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you guys can remind me, but I think he was talking a little about the ballroom after the last one, which let's keep in mind, the shots were loud enough to hear, but they were not even close enough to harming him. Kind of similar to this one. Oh, yeah. And by the way, he decided he wasn't going to go to Bedminster or to his son's wedding and stay at the White House.
Mm-hmm. Marcus, I got a question. Are you ready? You ready? I don't think you're ready. All right. You can shoot this down, by the way. I think, dun dun dun, the same weird brain swapping technology that they have used for Queen Elizabeth, because I don't think that bitch is dead for real, for real. Her shell is dead. She ran out her rent on that shell, but I don't believe that other shit. But nevertheless, boom. I think, dun dun dun, this is Hitler's brain still on. Like I don't.
You think they just moved her stack?
Yes.
They moved her stack, gave her a new body.
Yes. Vought Industries got her ass right now.
Straight up altered carbon in here.
Yeah. That ain't nothing but Hitler brain and Trump body. I'm convinced, bro. He picked up where Hitler left off.
I mean, maybe it's a portion of it. It can't be the full thing because it's not very bright. I mean,
maybe it got damaged in the freeze, bro. You got to think big, bro. You got to think big. Like, Hitler's brain would have been one of the very first ones, Gen 1, Gen 3, first 3 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they dropped it. My bad. Had to get it off the floor, brush the glass off of it, put it back in the jar. Like, my bad. They dropped the mason jar. And then they put it in Trump body. And it was well, brains are muscle. Maybe he'll live a good life and he'll learn some shit. And then, lo and behold, boom, gave him to some retards.
By the way, I'm watching the Trump movie right now. I mean, not right now, but I've started watching it.
Okay. But I'm just saying, like, maybe that's what happened. I think that's Hitler's brain, a little brain damaged. He might have lost a little brain cells with the arsenic tab. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I really think like I saw a meme and somebody was like, how he met. They had what was it? Nixon. They had Nixon and they had George W. Bush, and they were like, somehow he managed to beat both of them at being the most corrupt president and the dumbest president at the same time.
At the same time. This is the most corrupt, like, president ever. I mean, you got to be one, but God, it's so blatant with it, just so outright. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Fuck y'all.
It's funny. Like, I've heard like Trump talk about how he loved George Washington. If George Washington was alive, George Washington would be like, "Yo, we need to mount up a troop to go in and take this dude, and he needs to go to the gallows."
Yes.
Y'all know that George Washington was like, nah, I don't want to stay president too long because I don't want to tie up business interests and stuff, and I want to go operate outside of, because y'all do know that they were gonna make him a king at first.
Yeah, they was about to, and he was like,
He was
nah,
like,
bro, I want to get up out of this.
Nope, we're not doing that. We're gonna set up a situation where you get in, voted in and out, and like that. Y'all do. He actually pulled the most gangster move as far as like how they paid him and everything. If y'all really followed it, but he was like, no, you don't have to pay me. This is what you're gonna do. How about I'm going to pay for all my expenses. You just reimburse me for all this shit that I put out of pocket at interest. Biggest hustle ever. Biggest hustle ever.
That's it.
But I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the next subject. I wanted to talk about Cuba before, but I'll say Cuba after, since it kind of, we already talking about race stuff, so we might as well go on to CHUD the Builder.
Well, yeah. Did you hear Trump said, because you brought up Cuba and triggers him, did you hear about how Trump said if you want to apply for a green card in the United States, you got to go back to your home country? You got to get the fuck out of the United States to apply.
Boy.
This shit crazy. This shit is insane. But I told y'all niggas that CHUD's money wasn't going to be able to get used for that motherfucking bond. I told y'all that 2 weeks ago. I put my mouth on it. I said, watch.
You got to help. You got to help her out. So what the Evan's still saying? Help this
What you mean?
boomer, please.
What'd I say?
You lost her a little bit the last part.
In reference to the green card thing, or going back to the racist shit?
The racist shit.
Oh shit! I said a lot of shit during the racist shit. Look, we still talking about racist shit, so just hit me with.
So yeah. Whatever question, just toss it in there in a minute.
That's probably, and I got you, Kate. Don't even worry about it.
But let's see. Did I have a video on CHUD? Oh, I do got a short video I wanted to show on the CHUD the Builder thing, the update, because I already know what happened. I'm sure. If you don't know what happened, put in the chat, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. What exactly happened? But I'll show y'all this little, because there was a guest appearance. A guest appearance showed up in court
and got arrested. He got his ass arrested too.
And he got to hang, and now he's getting to hang out with CHUD himself. This piece of, I don't like that dude. I don't like either one of these dudes, but
hey, yo, he cheddar bobbed himself.
They're in a great place.
All right, for the record, Mr. Ethley is now in the courtroom with Chief Justice.
All right, take him into custody. Take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody.
However, anybody on that side of
Did you? Two things I saw that I just had.
Did he blow a kiss at him, and that's what he got him in trouble? He blew a kiss because he's a dick sucker.
He stepped up and he said something in the court, and the judge laid out that before they even bought CHUD out on that first arraignment, he said, "I will not tolerate any chatter out there. I don't want to hear nothing y'all have to say, whether you're for or against. Keep your mouth shut." He laid that out in the first one, and he's laid that out each time. And so Jake Lang decided that he was going to come down there and he's going to run his mouth a little. Free speech. Keep in mind, this dude actually went to prison for the January 6th stuff and was one of the people who got pardoned by Trump. And just for him to go out and be causing all this problem. Now, keep in mind, this dude tries to pretend I'm a white Christian who's actually Jewish, who out there cosplaying this white Christian role and fomenting racism, and got in that court and start that. Now, when he turned back and looked, he really was like, "Oh, he's not playing.
No, bitch.
I thought I can say my comment and sneak out of here. Oh, he really gonna arrest me? Damn." And then when they took him back and he went past CHUD looked at him like, "Yeah,
you idiot.
They're not playing." He looked at him like, "Yeah, this judge is not playing with us." I don't know. Let me walk it back. See if y'all saw the same thing.
Look at that look up. I saw it too. He looked up and was like, "No, bro."
At him like, "Bro, abort."
However, anybody on that side of the bar
Go slow mo.
See that look on his face, like, I did not tell you to say shit. He looking at him like, I ain't tell you to say shit. But please help me if you can. Please.
No, can't nobody help these crackers.
Oh, you didn't hear? Because they shut down. He had a what's the other one called? I know the Gifts and Go, but he had another one also. The other thing that people normally get. It's funny. GoFundMe. He had a GoFundMe. They said nope, can't use that.
He can't use none of that for his bond.
Gifts and Go. They said nope, can't use that. And now there's some racist billionaire who's from overseas who wants to come over and pay it.
I told y'all 3 shows ago, when this shit started, and I said, yeah, he cheddar bobbed himself. I said, wouldn't it be wild? All that money he raised and he can't even bond out. And sure to fucking up, all that money he raised can't fucking bond out. Told y'all asses. I'm gonna have to reclip that. Y'all gonna see that clip floating on my Instagram this week, goddamn it, because I told y'all. Bro. I'm so excited for that. But like, you gotta, and that, there we go. Back to the original comment at hand when old boy was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? All the 48ers. Bro, this shit is deeply rooted amongst a number of people, number of countries. Like, they don't ever. But then again, I can't be too mad because let it been like a black person. And there was another black person from across the world that was like, I'm gonna pay his bond. Like, it's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing, bro.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why didn't he go to Chicago and do that?
Shit, you know better than that. That man, I seen Chicago court fight. They would have threw a chair at his ass when he walked out.
I don't know if you've seen. It was another video of some guy trying to do the same CHUD thing, got knocked right out.
Yeah, I saw that one, little young boy.
But there's another one that I heard. I haven't been able to confirm if this one is true or not. But if this one's true, this one's even crazier. The one in Detroit, did you hear about that?
No, did he die?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did hear about it. Little young cat, 19.
They said that, yeah, he went up talking to this older black lady, talking all that trash or whatever, and then her grandson got out and he started mouthing off to the grandson or whatever. I guess he got knocked out, and from the story that I heard, doused him in gasoline and tossed a cigarette on him.
Damn, mafiosos.
I don't know. I haven't been able to confirm that one. I think his name is Chad the antagonist. But I'm gonna do more research, see if I can find that. And they said that, yeah, that's what happened in that story. I've only seen people talk about it online, but I haven't found a news story to confirm it. So I haven't touted that out there, but I have seen people starting to get, they chin checked for, that stuff. Oh, that's what Kate was asking about, the Queen and Trump's brain and all that.
Oh, yeah, boo. So pretty much. So, all right, the Queen and the brain, right? Sorry, I was looking for the Chad the antagonist thing. All right, so the Queen and the brain, right? So boom, there is a conspiracy theory. When I got on the show, we were talking about conspiracy theories. There is a conspiracy theory that the elites are no more than reptilians whom get their brain and or essence taken out of their shell and then proceeds to be put into another shell and or held in this kind of like underground bunker ballroom. Dun dun dun. And the reason is because they like Queen Elizabeth's like entity has been ruling over this world for like eons. That's what they believe. And then when she died, because nobody actually got to see her body per se, that they pretty much cloned her or they've repurposed her brain and or essence, and they're waiting for another shell in which to put her in, which could be her granddaughter. That's Henry's kid or whatever. Not Henry. What's the other one? It is Henry. No, Harry's the fun one. It's the other one. The other prince. His daughter that he has with Kate, you know what I'm saying? And that's why they're like, oh, Kate's sick. She's sucking all the good juju out of her. It's a long shit. But nevertheless, being that Trump and Hitler both had this weird ballroom thing going on when they were like, I don't know, trying to take over the world like Pinky and the Brain.
I'm just thinking like maybe that's Hitler's brain, a little damaged, but Hitler's brain in Trump's body. Then,
No.
are you looking for Chad the antagonizer? Because I can't find this little kid that died, but I heard about it.
I'll show them the story. I'll put this back on the screen, but I'll show them the story. I have not been able to find it, so I'm thinking it's probably fake. But this is the story that they were talking about. Chud the Builder copycat, Chad the antagonizer, dies after targeting an elderly woman on live stream. And I'm like, I don't know where this story is at. I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah,
Or I don't know. Maybe he's not as famous, or maybe people just need to look up Chad the antagonist and see if he's still around. I don't know. I'll do some research on it later on. Maybe Yonina, she'll probably be able to find it or something. But yeah, that's the whole Chad the antagonist thing that people are talking about. Here we go. Let me put that back up there. Finish this video real quick on CHUD, because as far as I know, Jake Lang is still locked up also.
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed. I'll talk all about that in a second.
Can you read what these posts say?
The initial part says, "I will defend my life with lethal force. Do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm."
I think it's reasonable to have a gag order on the defendant should he make bond, and I guess even while he's in the jail and has his iPad or whatever, because he cannot live stream, post, or anything that indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
But the First Amendment is very important to a free country. Without
Shut your bitch ass up.
freedom to talk about ideas freely, we can't really be a free society. Now, I mean, repugnant ideas are still protected under rights of free speech. So people are free to go say whatever offensive things they want to say, as long as it's not calling for someone to hurt somebody else.
But he tried to.
With the following conditions: no weapons, GPS monitor. There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media and live streaming about the facts or the parties involved in this case.
Well, he got bond. He got bail.
Well, it's set at $1 million, so we'll see what happens. I know that looks like a scared, broken man to me.
It does.
And
I mean, we worked in prisons. We know what it looked like.
And he has a whole team of people out there who I feel like are making things worse for him. Which they probably just need to just shut the hell up. They're out there, trying to harass people and say, "Oh, this is a freedom of speech." It's not a freedom of speech issue. This isn't what it is. This is about using a firearm and proper use of a firearm. That's what this is about.
Hey,
if he was just saying what he wanted to say and saying racist stuff, that wouldn't be a crime. Although many of us would want to do a crime to him, he could just say what he wants to say. And now if somebody approaches him and swings, now he has a right to defend himself physically, as in using his hands, force for force. You throw a punch, you match it with a punch. He could have even pulled the gun and said, "Back up, back up, back up. Don't." Even did that. But he fired 7 times.
Tried to bribe himself, and that's what he get.
And one of them shot himself in the arm. That is not self-defense.
That is also not good gun training. Like, who the fuck are you to even have a weapon and you don't know how to not point it, I don't know, at yourself, dummy?
Well, and part of this is another reason why I don't know why he would get, like, if I was his judge, he wouldn't have got bond. And I'm gonna tell you why I don't feel CHUD the Builder should be released. The reason why is he knows that. See, a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, he's facing up to 60 years. He's facing up to 60 years." You guys didn't pay attention to what the judge actually said when he started listing the charges and the amount of jail time that he can get. He said for the attempted murder, a minimum of about well, not minimum, but you could face up to around 60 years. But there were additional charges.
Mm-hmm.
The additional charges were, how I was counting it, was 60 years, 6 years, 15 years, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at, let's say for instance that he got hit on all those. Let's say he got hit for the full 60. That
still
other
got
charge,
another
if he got
36.
convicted, it's a minimum of another 6 years for, I think, what was it, the brandishing of the firearm. Then there's another one for the aggravated battery. I mean, these different charges were like 15 years, 6 years, 30, 36, and 60. Let's do the math. Was that 96 years? So that's what I'm saying. He can face more than that. Let's say, for instance, they don't hit him for a full 60. Let's say, you know what? Let's say that we're not going to hit him for that, and it gets charged. Well, no, they only charge him with that, so it can only be one or the other. I would have actually put in attempted manslaughter charge also. The reason why is because if you get a not guilty on the attempted murder, you could possibly get him for the attempted manslaughter. In which the attempted manslaughter would still be probably in Tennessee another 20 also. So if you did miss on the 60 and you hit him with the 20, and then he gets hit on that other 6 and that other 15, you still looking at a good 30, 40 years. Oh, the Detroit story is allegedly fake. Okay, thanks. I figured you know.
Good luck.
But I see Common Sense. Glad to see you. Says howdy nerds. We're happy to see you also. But another thing about that CHUD situation is with the whole situation, if he does get locked up, good luck for him once he gets to actual, out in the prison.
Okay.
Because right now he's in jail. He's in pretrial. They're going to watch him and all kind of not let nothing happen to him. But once he and nobody's really trying to do anything in pretrial. And the reason why most people are not trying to,
Because they think they can still get out.
Well, also they're in the same situation you are. They're still going to trial on their charges. This is, they just got these charges, so they're trying to beat their case. If they go and beat you up, attack you, do anything like that, that messes with their charges. They could actually, not beat their case and end up being locked up. So it could be the difference of freedom for them or being locked up if they do anything to him. But let's say he does, and he's been held in a pretrial situation. Sometimes in certain states, because of how the overcrowding works, you might be held in a penitentiary while you're going through trial. So if you were in certain parts of California or New York, for example, you could be held in Colorado or even Virginia. There's some places where you're actually being held in actual prison before your case. Out here, you can be held in Sing Sing, or you can be held in Pelican Bay. You can be held in places that are actual penitentiaries. Now, when you're sitting in those situations,
you can get
now you got people who you got lifers and stuff in there. These people don't give a damn.
What if he's not even like really racist, y'all?
I don't think he probably is. I think he's somebody who's mad because a couple of black people did stuff that affected him. He said one thing out of anger, trying to, rage somebody else.
Yeah.
He lost his job behind it. Actually, it was white people who started the campaign to call on him and made him lose his job with the contracting company or whatever that he was doing. And that messed up his business. And so, since white people heard about him getting in trouble that way and losing money and stuff, they started funding him. and he decided that he can hop on the grift train. That's what I think it is. It's all a grift.
So you don't even. So
Dude,
you don't
he
even
was
think he's really racist? Because I don't think he's really racist.
he was getting his back blown out by a black woman.
Ooh, child. He like pegging. He looked like it. He looked like the type of like that
She
shit.
said she
too.
was hitting him with the big stuff too.
God, dog. Why is he like that?
Digging deep. And CHUD is not a little guy. CHUD is like 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, I know. So he's probably messing with a Neanderthal bitch
And
on
it-
6'8"
And
shorty.
if you see the pictures of CHUD before the mustache, he look a little on the soft side.
Well, obviously he's soft as hell. I ain't never met a hard nigga that couldn't shoot. Am I lying, Marcus? Because I mean, you served in the Navy, no pun to you, but you served in the Navy. You served with some soft ass niggas, but them niggas could still aim a gun.
Yeah, I mean, you in the Navy, you got from the weakest of the weak people in there to some of the coldest, dangerous
motherfuckers
that you can run across. Some of the baddest men on this earth.
Marcus is one of them, y'all. Y'all just don't know. He got a secret identity. I'm waiting for them to activate his ass with his special word.
Nah, I'm not much. I did just a bunch of maintenance most of the time when I was
But
in.
yeah, you got like I done seen some pussy ass motherfuckers that could still shoot a gun correctly, but I ain't never seen a motherfucker that can't shoot a gun and not be a pussy. Does that make sense?
I had a decent shot. I mean, decent.
I mean, would you shoot yourself in the fucking arm, Marcus? I don't think you did
Hell
that.
no.
All right then.
Hell, if it was I'm just saying, if it was a situation that I was in where I feared for my life and I had to pull the trigger and I fired 7 rounds, you better believe at least 6 of them are center of mass. Unless this dude was out there pulling Neo.
Cause like I'm hitting you at least. I'm not saying I'm even 6 out of 7. I know I'm gonna at least get 4 out of 7. 4 of them shits is hitting.
And
3 of them might be center mass.
We're talking close
We're
range.
talking close range. Nigga,
Well,
emptying the
here's
clip on your bitch ass.
I mean, I know from just practicing on the range, I could shoot at a much farther distance doing speed drills and hitting at a much higher percentage than that. I mean, I don't think I've ever had it, especially with a handgun. I don't think I've ever shot below like 92%. And that's shooting from, kneeling position, prone position, talking about at least, up to about 20 yards. So if I'm able to hit from 20 yards, there's no way that I'm missing somebody who's 5 feet away from me.
No, because I was about to say the same thing. You know they make you
that's not even aiming.
And you know they make you do that shit in prison, in the prison training to be a CO. You know they make you do kneel, prone, and close range. Yeah, no, I did not miss.
And anybody, even if you're just pulling from the hip, quick draw, you should be able to quick draw without lining up your sights and be able to hit a center of mass target 5 feet away. I don't understand that at all. And also, when I worked armored truck, I used to literally practice quick draw drills every night, because I was not going to be the dude who got caught in that situation. And no. And then I had proficient training with handguns, rifles, and long weapons, and I've shot some pretty big things. I'll say that. I mean, hell, I went to school for 50 cal and 25 millimeter as an operator and a tech. Oh yeah, Kate. Yeah, they're gonna silence that comment. You start talking about Kennedy. Yeah, he probably was closing his eyes. A lot of people, believe it or not, when they're shooting in an actual real situation, they do close their eyes. I never understood it, but a lot of people do it. Michael, you said this is why I've always hesitated about owning a gun. We can learn to shoot, but mental health is another story. The thing about owning a gun and firing a gun, you need to understand to respect that this thing can maim and kill. and that's what it's designed to do.
Oh.
And you need to understand, if you're not going to be able to be responsible with this thing and only use it in a must-need situation, or you don't feel like you're going to be in a situation that's a must-need situation, you don't even need to have it near you. Have it all. So I don't fault people for not having guns, but if you're going to have it, you need to respect it. You need to train with it.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you properly secure it. You need to do all your proper maintenance on it. If
Yep.
you go to the range, you need to be breaking down your firearm, cleaning it, everything. You need to make sure that you're paying attention to the storage of your ammunition. You need
Yep.
to make sure that you are stocking it away in a safe place also, especially if you don't live alone.
Especially if you have children and you don't live alone in that aspect. You
Yeah.
ain't even got to worry about goddamn adults all the time.
I know when I was with an ex who had a kid, I eventually sold my weapons that I had. Well, I was keeping them in storage at first, but then eventually sold them because I was like, I don't feel comfortable keeping guns in a house with kids. And granted, it's not like a 5 or 6 year old, but still, little kids get in there. Hey, you know what? He has a gun over there. Let's try to get his gun out. And you never know. You can have it in a safe. You can have the fingerprint, and they can pay attention to you. Kids are crafty. Next thing you know, they're playing with your gun, and one of them shot the other one.
Well, shit, I got 11-year-olds killing their sisters, and their sisters are 6. Where I live, 11-year-old straight shot his sister in cold blood. You know, they know. It's beyond crafty. They be knowing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
so I get it.
He says, I intend to do all that one day, but it's quite an undertaking. It's not good for mental health to be helpless or defenseless. I 1000% agree. And also, if you know that you have mental health issues, i.e., depression, paranoia, things like that, be responsible and not get a gun.
Yeah.
I
Get
have
another
plenty
one.
of buddies which have really bad PTSD, which I would not feel comfortable with them having a gun because they're far too trained and far too deadly if they do have a snap. So, but yeah, on the Chud the Builder situation, I think I don't see them throwing the book at him and sending him away that as long. But also, that's what I was going to say. There's no way I would let him out on bail, though. No way. Did you hear what he had in his house, too?
Now, what do you got in his house?
Outside of the additional weapons that he had and the vest, because say, for instance, even if he doesn't do something, people are going to know where he lives now. People are going to want to go to his home. I don't need anybody messing with him, attacking him, creating him more of a situation, or anybody he may live with creating a situation. So therefore, I would not allow him to go home. Another thing is, he had a plane ticket to Turkey.
Ooh.
That was post-dated for around like the 21st or something. And so he had just had that altercation. We saw escalating altercations with him.
Yeah.
It started to just go from words to now it's starting to get physical. You're spraying people. People are trying to hit you now. You're having to pull your gun out more often. And then you make a comment that it's going to be a dead chimp on the pavement.
Yep.
You make comments like that. And then when the shooting happens, we find out that you had a vest, you had ammunition, weapons, all this stuff like that. And I heard somebody say, "Oh, it's not uncommon to have vests and a bunch of guns." Yes, it is.
Yes,
It's not uncommon to have guns. It is uncommon for the average person to have body armor.
Yeah, I ain't got no fucking body armor.
Yeah, because if you're using your gun for self-defense or going out for hunting, you're not carrying body armor. Only people who are wearing body armor thinking that they're about to do something or somebody who has been antagonizing people, who is worried about something happening to themselves. And I believe that this is somebody, whether he knew that he was causing situations that could possibly end in a shootout or something. That's the reason why I believe he had a vest, because he knew what he was doing was dangerous. He knew what he was doing was causing danger around other people around him. And the fact that you had your passport stuff ready to go fly out the country to just Turkey randomly, how do I know that you won't flee? especially since we just said that the possibility of 60 years. Actually, like I said before, not possibility of 60 years. If he hit on all the stuff they said, we're looking at almost 100 years. That would guarantee he would die in prison.
100 years a slave, bitch.
You tell somebody that they're possibly about to get 100 years, anybody is going to think about running after that.
Well, my thing is, it sounded like he thought he was going to catch a body.
Exactly. I believe that he honestly thought he was going to catch a body. And so he was preparing to dip after he caught that body. And he was going to try to take that gifts and go money that he had stocked up in there, which honestly, the gifts and go money, I don't know how much he actually has in there. Because people are like, oh, it's up at about 250,000. That's how much money has been given.
Mm-hmm.
He was already at like 160 before this happened. That 160, we already knew dude wasn't working.
No.
How much of this money was he spending just to sustain himself?
Yeah, but that's
how much of this was just rent, food, all that kind of stuff.
Shit, me.
How much of this was legal cases? Because we do know that he was on bond for 2 different cases.
Jesus. If this was a black person, y'all better throw the book at this motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
He was on bond 1 for what was it? He was trying to film in some restaurant, and they told him that he could not film in there, and they told him to leave. He decided, oh, I'm going to leave and I'm not paying the bill. That was 1, and then he had some kind of outstanding debt that he hadn't paid also. So if this man got outstanding debts already, and he's looking at facing all these years, I'm not giving you bond. And people were like, it's not fair. Chud got all this time. Well, he got all this time because more than likely, I mean, not all this time, but he got such a high bond because people know when you're kind of a celebrity, there's a possibility that you can put out a GoFundMe and people will pay your bond. That's the reason why they make your shit so high. Also, because you're high profile. If you're a high profile case, you're going to get a high bond, period.
Bro, your case is on TV right now. You know how many motherfuckers' cases weren't on TV? Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, let's be fucking for real. Like, you're telling me that the only court case on the national syndicate television that the same one is sharing Johnny Cochran and OJ, okay? It's sharing Lacey Peterson. Reason I know these things, my mom was an attorney. So we watched the court TV in the house. Like, you're telling me these same cases that showed them motherfuckers on high profile is showing Chud the Builder, but didn't show Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. All right, I guess. That's weird. That's a little weird. Same thing for Diddy. We couldn't get a live stream of the Diddy case. That's weird. Just saying. That's a little weird. But I get to watch Chud not get bail. I get to watch Chud. Y'all got cameras in this motherfucker. Man, this shit crazy, getting crazy.
You see what Thomas said here? He said, a viral racist can get $1 million bond or support only in America. Exactly. That shows you how racist this country is.
Yes, because the homeless people still homeless and over in Skid Row, bro. We just talked about that
proof
earlier.
Of the racism in this country, because and proof in the pudding. We just had this with the what was that lady's name? Shiloh Hendricks, when she was calling the little black boy the N-word.
Oh, hell yeah! At his birthday fucking party.
How much money did she pull in? How much money did Daniel Penny pull in? How much money did Kyle Rittenhouse pull in?
I was about to say Kyle. Kyle was the first one. Or no, George Zimmerman was the first one.
George Zimmerman was the first one.
Yep, George Zimmerman was the first motherfucker to have a GoFundMe, a racist motherfucker showing their damn ass. And why the fuck didn't black people as a unit collect these names and run fades?
Hey,
We should have ran fades on these niggas. Pull the names on these bitches.
If this would have been the 90s, if this would have been the YNs of the 90s, I guarantee you things would have happened.
You ain't lying. The YNs of the 90s would have went and did that work. I ain't gonna hold you.
They would have went and did some work for real.
They would have went and did some motherfucking work on their asses. They would have pulled them names, gotten them yellow pages, and found your ass. And ran the fade on you. Because what the fuck you mean you getting a GoFundMe? From who? Better not be my neighbor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yonina. Like my shirt. Free-ish since 1865.
That's crazy though. That's crazy. Chud is really out here getting bonded out by the million. By the fucking millions.
Yeah, it's a billionaire overseas who said that he'll pay his bond.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Marcus, I'm about to put you on game. Listen to this conspiracy theory, okay? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
In all actuality, it's not a billionaire from overseas. What it is the face of the money laundering bank that's holding the funds from a racist in the United States because he's a fucking 5%er and stays up there and sucks Trump's dick. It's somebody related to that motherfucker that's got money in an offshore account, running it back to free this motherfucker. This about to be our new Charlie Kirk. Dun,
Here's
dun, dun.
Here it is. The online crypto gambling platform Dual, along with its sponsor, stepped forward to pay $1 million bond for Dalton Etherly, the controversial live streamer known as CHUD the Builder. So yeah, who is Dual? Let me see. Who is Dual's sponsor? Because I seen pictures of this dude. He's in full 1945 costume, salutes and all.
No, he's not.
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And what's his name?
He's fully on Team Mustache.
What's his name?
I'm trying to find it. Let's see, crypto.
And the name of the crypto is called what?
Dual
sponsor.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't read through that shit. This sounds like a 007 movie to me. Dual sponsor, that means two people is inside of this crypto thing. So who's the second person? And I put money, it's probably an American. Defense Secretary Hedgepeth is actually co-founder of Dual Sponsor with the weird nigga that's about to get shut out. Maybe they had to make a new Charlie Kirk quick, ain't it? I put money. I bet anybody is that CHUD is officially, the new Charlie Kirk. I put money on it.
Nah.
You don't think so?
The reason why is because Charlie Kirk was a lot better at hiding and covering the racism.
They don't give a fuck, Marcus. The ballroom is almost done. Where have you been? Where are you at on the blueprints of the takeover, bro? Catch up. We are on step 59. You still back there on 42? Come on, man. The schizophrenics and the conspiracy theorists is already past this shit.
I don't think they need a Charlie Kirk anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they got the Myrons and all them. They already got their. They say, you know what? We don't need the closeted racist one. It's now for the outright just racist.
Well, obviously they're getting rid of black votes. They're what the fuck is it called?
Gerrymandering?
Yes, thank you. They're gerrymandering. I don't know why I second guess that word every time I think of meandering. But anyway, they're gerrymandering shit right now. They're changing up districts. They're moving districts around. They're taking votes away. It's like, bro.
But keep in mind, the numbers are not in their favor. They only got probably another 15 more years before most of those boomers who are holding this up, most of them start checking out.
Jesus Christ, 15 years.
I'm not trying to be too dark. I'm not trying to be too dark, and I'm not trying to
dark.
And apologies to my boomers who listen. I'm not wishing badness on any of y'all. I'm just saying the numbers of the people who are holding up this power structure, many of them are starting to check out, and will be checking out.
Fuck all that shit Marcus is talking about. Dying is cool, bro. Go to the light. You know what I'm saying? Don't think of it dark. It's not dark, Marcus. You got to think positive. You got to be thinking big, Marcus. Come on now. Going to the light is actually pretty dope. Your body releases DMT. You get to go on this cool ass like cosmic ride. You get to meet the Greys. You feel me? You get to go do all types of wild shit. Let go and let God, baby.
Thanks, baby.
Because y'all are terrible. Night bad cookies. Yeah, y'all is terrible. Like, y'all is running our country into the ground. I think it's time for y'all to go give Jesus a headache, okay? Because you kind of pissing me off at this point.
out here just making bad decisions for women and all that other stuff.
You're right, John. But the thing is,
John.
they don't have the numbers anymore. The numbers is what I'm talking about. Baby boomers are still the largest generation. Once you lose them numbers, it makes a difference. Also, some of these boomers, once they start passing this money down, that money's going to start going into other hands. It's going to go into that kid's hand, which don't think the same way anymore.
It's gonna take a while. It's like 2 generations. Well, I mean, shit, they don't wrote out enough of they mixed baby making grandsons about the wheel by now. Keep that in mind. They don't wrote enough out.
That's true. Some of them have, but some of them are still got them in there.
Yeah, man.
No, they're already against them. It's just it's not going to matter because China they working on a different level. Like
Nigga.
we got people who are just honestly what it is like it's like money bags just fell on the ground and these rich people are just trying to grab anything they can as fast as they can.
Yeah,
that's what we got going on here. They're actually strategic when you start dealing with a lot of these Asian countries. They're strategic and we're not, and that's going to be the difference maker.
Fuck all of that. Did you just see that article where they said that the Chinese got pigeon looking drones? Oh no, Marcus. Anyway, hey guys, hey y'all. China has pigeon looking drones right now, y'all. So all the schizophrenics that you seen on the corner of the streets all in your life that were screaming about the birds, it's in the birds, they watching us in the birds. Them niggas been doing it. China ain't putting us on the shit, bro. Them niggas always 10 steps
And
ahead, bro.
They're not. China is always going to be on their own. Now, what Chamonix is talking about, the ones who Americanize, I'm not even worried about them. They're going to do their own thing. Most of them are only worried about making money just like the rest. But it's the ones who, once as America starts to lose more and more of their sway, you're going to have the Japans and all that be like, you know what, it's time to bury the hatchet. Mm-hmm. What's up, China? You're going to have South Korea and be like, I know we was cool and you've been helping out, but it's looking kind of nice on that China side. You're going to have more and more of that happening. And what happens here is not going to be as consequential as what's going on the world stage. Speaking on the world stage, we got to talk about what's going on with Cuba.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
And so I got a couple of clips I wanted to share with you, of course. And I know this is not going to be new news to anybody, but I wanted to share this nonetheless, because this is something that has just happened recently. Did I put that? Okay, I guess I did not share that. Let me go to my videos that are saved up here and see where it is, because I thought I had that video on here. I think that's the one I need. Okay, don't play.
Thousands.
Okay.
Shut your ass, Marcus.
All right, here we go. So I got 2 videos I'm gonna play back to back real quick and then comment on the other side.
Gathering outside the U.S. Embassy in Havana today, protesting the decision to indict former President Raul Castro. But the Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel stood there as protesters waved the Cuban flag. Local 10's Aaron Maven is joining us live now in Little Havana, where emotions are still running high. Aaron.
You know, Calvin, someone just walked outside of Versailles here with his family, and he is well aware of the demonstrations happening in Cuba earlier today, as are so many people here in Little Havana, and of course, those living in Cuba. It comes at a really interesting time because U.S. tensions between Cuba and the U.S. tensions are very high right now. and also days after federal prosecutors indicted the former president of Cuba, Raul Castro. Let me take you to the video earlier today. This was a demonstration, thousands of people outside of the U.S. Embassy in Havana. This is shortly after sunrise, meaning thousands of people had to wake up early to attend this demonstration. And you can see in the crowd all those people waving flags and chanting during the nearly hour-long rally. Right now, they're protesting the U.S. Justice Department's decision to indict former Cuban President Raul Castro and 5 other Cuban nationals in connection with the 1996 shoot-down of 2 Brothers to the Rescue aircraft. 4 people died, including 3 Americans. Now, the Cuban government has condemned the charges, actually calling them despicable. The 94-year-old Castro was not at the demonstration. However, top leaders, including the president of Cuba and Castro's grandson, attended. Take a listen to this message from the rally.
Raul is not a defendant. Raul is our leader, a soldier of dignity, an heir to Martí and Fidel. As long as there is a single Cuban man or woman with a raised fist, that infamy will be repelled, just as all ignominy is repelled, with resolve, with truth, and with unity.
So you see right there, thousands of people in Cuba appearing to be supporting the former president. That is not the case here in Little Havana. We're live tonight in Little Havana. Aaron Maven, Local 10 News.
Now, it's funny the way he said, oh, many people not there. Many people in Little Havana are not supporting. Well, there's reasons why. There's whole political things that are being left out of that whole dichotomy, which a lot of the people who are in South Florida, Cubanos in particular, a lot of them went in to Miami way back when, and they were never with the whole the Castro government. They were never a part of it. They were a part of, many of them were part of the privileged class with Batista. Many of them were Batista supporters, and that's how they landed. So many of them were wealthy, and they didn't give a damn. They didn't give a damn about the problems that were going on within the island, within the country. And so they fled. So it's basically like literally having the left wing and the right wing. South Florida would be the right wing Cubans. Now, granted, you do have, I'm not saying Castro was a perfect leader or Canal is a perfect leader. That's not what I'm saying. Yes, they came in the 40s mostly white. Oh, I know. I mean, this it doesn't tell the true story of the racism that was going on in that country and how capitalism was treating people and the poverty. And there's a whole lot that's being left out of this discussion when they lay it out. There's also a lot that's not being focused on as far as the United States' impact on the island. So that said, to go after this 96-year-old leader,
Nigga, that's what I was about to get to. Like,
who's been out of power now for what? How long? I mean, like 10 years he's been out of power. You're doing this for one reason, so you can lay the groundwork to come after this. And for those who didn't realize how this play was running, like, granted, they went after Venezuela and they were going to go after Venezuela anyway, but going after Venezuela was also to start this step of going after Cuba. This was all tied together, and it has been because those two countries have helped support themselves. Venezuela has helped them through all of these years of sanctions and all that, because both of them have been facing the sanctions. And on the other side of that, Iran has also been helping, these two nations. But I wanted to show this one. This is from a few months ago. So listen to this real quick.
Oh man, I can't wait. Oh my god. I'm about to blow this one out the water, Marcus, because like I got a lot of points to make in reference to Cuba.
Live at the White House this morning as Cuba is on edge following the U.S. military strikes on Venezuela and the capture of Nicolas Maduro. A live look at the White House again as President Trump is claiming the Cuban Communist government's days are numbered. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports from Washington.
This is our hemisphere, the social media post by the State Department sending a blunt message to governments in the Western Hemisphere. What happens next in Venezuela after the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro is enough to put the hemisphere on edge, but the volatility does not end there.
Cuba is ready to fall.
Cuba is so deeply tied to Venezuela. Its government says 32 members of Cuban armed forces were killed in Saturday's U.S. military operation, declaring Monday and Tuesday official days of mourning. Prior to Maduro's capture, Venezuela supplied Cuba with roughly 30,000 barrels of oil per day, according to multiple estimates.
Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil.
The U.S. has a complicated history with Cuba and its communist regime, from JFK's Cuban Missile Crisis to on-again, off-again travel restrictions. With Russia and China in Havana's corner, some raise doubts that this latest move by the U.S. will be what causes the Cuban government to fall.
I think one thing we have learned through decades of Castro and the leadership post-Castro is that American efforts to further isolate Cuba have not led to the downfall of the regime. So I don't think it will work this time either.
If Cuba's government holds up post-Maduro, there's a question of whether President Trump will pursue direct military action inside Cuba. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio when asked if the Cuban government is the Trump administration's next target.
I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard, but I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime.
Though in a precarious position, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel is openly defiant.
For
Venezuela and of course also for Cuba, we are willing to give even our own blood, even our own lives, but at a very high price.
Chanting "down with imperialism," referring to the United States. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
No. We all know what this is about. This is all Marco Rubio and his backers. This is what this is all about. They've been warning this, and you hear it. They literally brag about, oh, well, we've been trying to overthrow their government and it hasn't been working. This was months ago. They thought, oh, if once we take out, Maduro, then they're going to have problems and they're going to start to collapse. And they haven't. No matter what you've done, no matter what you've thrown at them, you have not been able to get them to collapse. And then here's the thing about it. You're literally basically telling everybody, yes, we are trying to overthrow a country. That is not a damn thing to us.
We minding business that don't pay us, y'all.
They ain't done nothing to us. And now we think we're the good guys trying to literally make their people suffer enough that they're going to go on a suicide mission to try to take out their leaders. This shit never fucking works.
How you figure?
But here's the thing. They know it doesn't work.
We don't care about that, though.
They just enjoy making the people suffer. Yeah, oh gosh, there's a special place in hell for Rubio. I hate that piece of shit.
Marcus, ain't that wild?
These are, but yeah, I'll land my plane there. But yeah, this is what's coming. They're doing the same, Venezuela play. We're gonna trump up some charges on him, and then give us a justification to put boots on the ground in that country, to go and snatch another leader and act like he's this terrorist like Osama bin Laden. Not to mention how many times
Osama bin Laden didn't do all the crazy shit that he did. I'm just saying, this is not me being like absent-minded. This is me being absent-minded. I never really paid attention to what the fuck Osama did because I didn't see it.
I'll be careful what I say on that one. I'll leave that one alone.
Well,
I'm talking about how he was
they did it to Gaddafi. They did it to Gaddafi. This did the Gaddafi special.
Well, Gaddafi was even more egregious. because Gaddafi was it was just egregious what they did to him.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like,
But
do
at
they
least
paint a story good enough for us to think that they are on different levels, or are they still playing the same card, just different players? Like,
no,
it gets to a point.
they at least played it up, you know. They at least tried to play up Gaddafi a little bit more, even though it wasn't believable.
Yeah.
So Osama was different. Like, they had everybody like, yo, this is the devil incarnate right now. When we know for a fact that this man only just took the credit for some of the stuff that y'all did yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
At least on all the major things that were done, this was a PR campaign.
Look, I'm just saying that the same countries that they make you pay attention to in your history books are the same countries that's still getting fucked with right now. So I just want to throw that part out there. In my geography classes and my history classes and things of that nature, we always heard about Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Argentina. When are you going for Argentina?
Well, Argentina's kind of been on their side. They've kind of had them in the bag for a minute.
I know in the bag, and it sounds like they still playing fair with them. But like, when they gonna just overtake them for real? For real?
They're not.
Are we just gonna be buddy?
No, Argentina. The reason why they're not gonna mess with Argentina, trying to remember what's that fucknut they got in there right now. Milei. Javier Milei is the Trump of Argentina.
God damn, that's so sad.
I'm telling you, he's basically Trump without as much power. He's doing all the same stuff, horrible budgeting, bad business deals. I mean, and that too. Argentinians are very racist. One of the most racist countries, I would say, in the world. They literally had a policy to expel the black people who were there and bring in white Europeans to replace them.
Damn.
Yes, they literally like, yo, everybody from Europe, come on in. We'll grant you citizenship. They were giving away land so they can get as many white people there as possible to get rid of black people.
See, that's
so you know that they're bad when other Latin American countries, which still got problems with racism, look at Argentina like, yo, we might be bad and have our problems, but these motherfuckers are way worse than us.
That's insane. Argentina's fucking insane.
Argentina is one of the one places in Latin America I will never go to. And the crazy part about it, it's a beautiful country, but I would never want to go to that country.
That's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
I bet y'all don't dance on beat in Argentina.
Yeah, and here's the thing about it, like Chamonix is saying right here, I don't know if you ever get into any of the Latino conversations on social media. But,
no, I don't.
Majority of the time that you hear some racist crap going on, that's the other ones. It's going to be Argentinians and people from Uruguay.
What?
Those two are really bad. Occasionally, you'll have some bad ones out of Brazil. Brazil has its racist parts too. And then you have honestly, you have the racism coming from Mexican Americans more than Mexico itself.
Yeah, bro. I just was trying to explain that to somebody.
That's mostly out of Texas. Texas is by far the worst.
Yes.
Texas by far, they're the worst races of the Latinos in America.
Hey, Marcus, did I send you that meme?
LA's like, I mean, California is like right after it.
And then Colorado.
And actually, I would say Southern California is actually worse than Northern California.
Their color is way bad.
But it's not nearly as bad in New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Texas. I don't know what's in the water in Texas.
The meme I sent you was it said, I miss the old school Mexicans that called you like, you know what I'm saying, fool and shit like that. I was like, now all they say is nigga. I ain't seen you that meme.
Because that's exactly how it was for me when I got Mexican American friends. Like, I'll never forget living in Colorado. There's so many Mexican Americans out in Colorado, and like I speak Spanish fluently, but I can't read Spanish fluently. So like if I go to like the the Latin market or something like that to get like specific vegetables and shit because they're cheaper, looking for soursop, I wouldn't know how to fucking read the shit of where I need to go. So I would try to speak Spanish to them, and they would fucking look at me dead in my face and speak English. And I'm like, bro, you heard what I said.
Like I'll tell you, for instance, like in like Kansas City, it blew my mind because a lot of my friends I had a lot of Mexican friends growing up in Kansas City. Like close, like not only their friends, close with their parents too, like really close. And so it blew my mind when I heard like a couple of years ago that Kansas City started getting as racist as some of these other areas. And most of that I found is coming from people moving from Texas.
Damn.
They're coming from Texas, or they're literally first generation immigrants.
What if they fucking, man, plants, bro? No, I'm playing. I'm done with the conspiracy theories tonight. I'm playing. But why but why move to Kansas City? Like cheaper? It's cheaper to live there. Texas is getting overcrowded too.
Cost of living is cheap, and plus there's like it's a direct pipeline that connects the two areas. And I'll tell you why. For one, a lot of people go back and forth from there. And like, say for instance, you make it up to like Dallas. You know how close Dallas is to Kansas City?
No, how close?
6 hours.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's how close it is.
Oh my God.
It's just a straight shot right down. Yeah, you go straight down Kansas and then straight through Oklahoma, then boom, you hit Dallas, which is North Texas. But the big tie to where a lot of that Mexican migration, especially going up through the Midwest, is tied to the railroad. Burlington, Northern Santa Fe. Their number one hub, their number one largest hub is, I believe, San Antonio. And San Antonio is close to the border of Mexico. The number two largest Burlington, Northern Santa Fe hub is Kansas City.
Well, I know I went through Kansas City on 70 because it's like dead center. You ain't lying. It's got a crossroad like a motherfucker.
And then the number 3 spot would probably surprise you. It's Minnesota. And so that's that tie that you see in those 3 cities. Their Hispanic population has exploded over the years. Now, granted, Kansas City has always had, it's this one area part of town. Ironically, it's called Argentine and Rosedale. And that's been a predominantly Mexican area going back for generations. Like people literally been there from like, Mexican population's been there since like the early 1900s, late 1800s, have lived in this one area. And there was never no beef there. It's been the people who start coming, I want to say late 90s into the 2000s is where this new racism start coming in.
They did it for the 99 and in 2000. Damn, it's crazy.
So it's wild. You said Highway 30. It's K for us. It's not quite 25. It's 35.
35, yeah, 25 is in Colorado. That takes you all the way from
25 a little further over, but 35 takes you like straight up and down through all of that.
Yep.
It'll take you from Texas all the way to Minnesota.
Crazy.
Just like 70 will take you all the way from it'll take you all the way from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific coast.
Yeah, that's because I was like, I pick it up on the other side of Illinois. I go through Ohio and I go through Illinois and then I get on 70 and I think it's 70 in Ohio actually.
It is 70 goes through Ohio too.
Okay, boom. Yeah, I go up and I go through 70.
Where does 70 come out on the East Coast? What is 70? What is it? Probably it's not in Virginia. It's a little higher, isn't it?
No, I think it's in Pennsylvania because I believe 70 goes into the turnpike. I think it turns into the turnpike, which gives you everything: Jersey, DC, Brooklyn. And
It's
that takes you, that takes you, I think that's 95 or
it's just
something. I
like
think it is.
it does the same thing with State Avenue in Kansas City. State Avenue is a major road, like on the Kansas side. It
Mhm.
turns into like state roads and all this stuff as it crosses through, but it goes diagonally across the country. It literally goes all the way from New York City all the way to California.
This is crazy.
It just switches from like state roads and like little freeways back to like regular roads.
Mm-hmm. That shit crazy, but yeah, Kansas City. I saw there was a lice urgent care in Kansas City. I stopped in Kansas City for like 45 minutes, and that was the first time I ever seen a lice clinic, and I went, "Whoa, I'm where the white people is at," because what the fuck is that? Is that like the equivalent to seeing like the beauty store, the nail salon next, like in the black community? Like, is that what happens in white communities? Y'all got lice clinics? Because when I got there, I said, what the fuck is that? And I Googled it because I didn't want to be rude and walk in and say, what the fuck is a lice clinic? But I Googled that place, and sure enough, it's a fucking clinic for people to come in and get their lice treatment. Fuck do you mean come in and get their lice treatment? What in the white people hell is going on? So then I end up going down a rabbit hole about all these white kids that died or got like CPS involved and shit, or died from a lice infestation. Lice infestation? Fuck do you mean? Then I went on a scientific journey when I was like, what the fuck do lice even do? You know they can suck your blood. It's like a freaking vampire. A whole bunch of million ass small vampires, and there's a clinic to keep you from dying, from getting sucked on by these weird bugs. Nah, I said, get me up out of here. I got back on 70 so goddamn quick.
Well, that's the one thing. It all depends on which part where you're at, because that's one thing about like Kansas. That's one thing about the Midwest in general. Because I've been throughout the whole Midwest. I can tell you, every major city is a metropolis, and it's a mixture of all people. Once you get outside of that metro, once you get outside of Kansas City, that KC Metro, or you're outside of Wichita, or you're outside of the Chicago area, or Columbus, Ohio, or Indianapolis, or Minneapolis, any of these cities, and people who live in the Midwest, they can attest to this. Once you get outside of that, it turned into rural, 99% white, unless you run across tribal lands.
Mm-hmm.
Either it's tribal lands or it's like 99% white.
This is insane.
Because if you take all the minority, if you take Wichita and you take the Kansas City area, and then let's see, Topeka's about 45 minutes, Lawrence is about 25 from there. You take these four cities out of Kansas, the population of Kansas becomes like 99% white almost instantly.
Hey, Mark, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Since you know your fucking city so goddamn well, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you talk about Kansas City, square ass Kansas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a Jesus sign on this 70 route in Kansas, right? Leaving out of Topeka. What's the last city in Kansas before you get to Colorado? Topeka.
No, not Topeka. You're probably talking about like over near Great Bend or something like that.
Yeah. There's a fucking winery in the middle of fucking nowhere on Route 70 in Kansas. I don't know if you know what it is, but it's like by Alice in Wonderland or some weird ass like little shop in the middle of nowhere. When I tell you that place was the whitest
Wizard
place.
of Oz. Probably
Yes, the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Damn it. See,
because there's a Wizard of Oz museums out there, and you even have you even have a Smallville. Like they renamed a town out there Smallville, so they can be a Superman museum and all that.
That's insane. Kansas is weird, but I got some of the best bomb ass wine from out there. It was so sad. I think that was the first time I ever had I had elderberry wine. Dog, bussin'. I don't know where to go. I know I got it twice because I've done that section of 70 twice. But bro, weirdest, whitest town ever. I think there's like this ice cream place that's like colored like a cow.
in the middle of nowhere out there. It's got this big ass cheese display bussing. Okay, stopped there too. Had to pee. So many white people did not pay attention to my surroundings at all. Now that I look back on it, definitely should have, because bitch could have got lynched. But yeah, these small ass towns in between these big ass cities, because there's
Yep.
nothing from the edge of Colorado to Denver.
You know
Nothing.
that. Oh yeah, Denver's the same way. You got Denver, you got Aurora, and a couple of places around there. But once you get to like Colorado Springs and Pagosa Springs and all that, what is it, Dorado?
Yeah,
It
El
starts
Dorado.
getting
Mhm.
it gets, a little different. I know,
Yeah,
because
Pueblo is
my aunt, she had a
crazy.
timeshare in Pagosa Springs, and we went up there a couple of times.
Yeah,
And then the Air
Pueblo,
Force
no joke.
Academy's in Colorado Springs. But like for instance, St. Louis, which is known to have a sizable black population, and Kansas City, Missouri, you take those two away, and Columbia, Missouri, the state of Missouri becomes almost like, I want to say, like 92% white.
That's insane.
And here's the thing about it. People think of like LA having a lot of black people. You know, the black population in LA is like below 10%. But in Kansas City, the black population is like 32%.
That's insane.
And people think, oh, well, 32% is not a lot. Well, if you're from Virginia, yeah, y'all got some black towns that are over 100,000 with like, 75%. Only like Virginia, Maryland, places like that have that higher percentage. Even like Atlanta isn't as high. Atlanta's like 30 something percent. If you have more than 25% of a black population, you have a high black population in your city.
But there's still those outskirt cities that surround us that are still racist as fuck.
But that's all. Well, like in the South though, is the only place I've ever been that you have black rural towns.
Yeah,
Once you
you're
get
right
to the
now.
Midwest, you do not have any black rural towns. Black people say the fuck away from the country.
Yeah, duh,
They
because they burn
know
it.
better.
They burned it to the
It is
ground. That's why
not.
they're none.
Well, it's not that. Not even that. You're gonna get snatched up, and you're gonna end up on a cross somewhere. You're
Yes,
gonna end up
point made.
from a
Your
tree
shit got burnt to
somewhere.
the ground.
You're gonna end up from a tree somewhere. We do not mess around with the country out there in the Midwest.
That's so sad.
Because I've had basketball games, like, because people try to act like this racism stuff was so far away. I'm like, yo, I remember playing games where I heard the white parent screaming, "You better not let those niggers beat you."
Yeah,
I used to hear that. We had to run to a bus full speed while they were throwing bricks at us. They're trying to push our bus over because we beat them. So anybody try to play this, oh, you're just worried about a word. No, it's more than a word when you get into some of these areas. I mean, you got to remember, my grandparents. So what my great grandparents were survivors of Tulsa. So y'all can't tell me that this stuff ain't still going on.
Hey, didn't they just say something about maybe the last survivor just died or some shit? Or had a birthday? I hope it was had a birthday. I hope it was having a birthday. Shout out to the Tulsa survivor. I'm hoping still had a birthday this year. Cause I hope you're not dead. But that shit was just around the corner. Like, they don't let you have anything in the Midwest. I'll tell you that for sure.
Well, I mean, as long as you stay in the right spot, don't get out to them country areas.
Hell no.
Try your luck out there. Shoot, we coming to the end. I got something that. Oh man, that's I can give you story after story of racist stuff that I've seen. That's just one. You realize, especially when you live when you're. I put it this way. This is how pervasive racism is in this country. Every black man that I know that I grew up with, all has at least one story like that. Every single one of them. So when white people say, oh, I don't even see any racism. Yeah, okay, you guys are the majority. You might go God knows how long without running into a black person. But we have a much higher probability of running into a racist white person than you do of even running into black people.
Facts.
So all of us have a story. All of us have been profiled. All of us have had a cop do something shady to us. Many of us have multiple experiences like that. So for us, it's just kind of par for the course. We understand what the game is. I mean, we just understand. That's the reason why I like the reparations stuff. I'm like, man, are you serious? You really are trying to go to the Trump administration to get reparations? You motherfuckers are crazy. You guys are fucking crazy. Like, oh, Chris H, that's just, man, I could write a book on some of the stuff. I mean, my mom, I remember that when I told you earlier, Day, that I went to the same high school as my mom. Also, keep in mind, by the way, when people try to act like this stuff is so far away, when they were doing the desegregation stuff in my area, they called it racial balance transfer. That officially didn't end on the books until 1997, while I was still in high school. So that means I was going through desegregation still, in me personally, not like my mom and my grandparents and all that. My mom, when she went to the school which I graduated from, that lady told her and all the other black students, she said, none of you niggers are going to pass my class.
And y'all wonder how they out here killing kids and shit, beating kids up.
And I'm like, and so you think the lady that, said it to my mom probably ain't still around? She's somebody's grandma. Probably over there, they taking her to Cracker Barrel, and you open the door, and, oh, this is a little old lady. You don't know who this lady is.
Why you gotta bring Cracker Barrel into it, bro? I love Cracker Barrel. Them chicken and dumplings is busting. Them cheesy hash browns. Why you gotta bring Cracker Barrel into it?
I'm just telling you, people think this stuff is so far away. I mean, some of my uncles were literally born at the time of segregation with whites only fountains and stuff.
Well, my dad actually was in like the first graduating class of them segregating out here in Virginia, so I get it. Like I told you, my dad graduated in 58. This shit is insane.
I grew up in the state where Thurgood Marshall argued separate but equal.
I really wish he would have shut up.
Huh?
I said I really wish he would have shut up. I want our own spots again. I don't like sharing Juneteenth. He did all that work, and what we got Thurgood. Not saying your work was not good. I get the plot. I was fucking with it. But now we got to share Memorial Day and Juneteenth. I'd rather not.
But you want to know the crazy part too? We'd had like tournaments and stuff, and like we went out. I had like a drill competition, and I was blown away. I went to this one high school out there. It seemed like literally every person in the school was mixed, all black and white.
They had too much fun with that separate but equal.
Wildest thing I was like, what the hell? But yeah, I don't know. That's let's see. Let's end this on a funny note. Did y'all know that y'all know Aiden Ross has celebrity boxing, right?
Oh my God, Ray J got smacked the fuck up.
Let's watch it. Let's watch it if y'all didn't see it. For those who don't know who Super Hot is, Super Hot went viral some years ago, basically being a meme of like battle rappers, and he'll just say like one or two lines that's really nothing special. And everybody acts like he said the greatest line ever. So that's who Super Hot is. You probably seen the meme of Super Hot. Now Super Hot is doing celebrity boxing, and he boxed against Ray J.
And he didn't follow the script, apparently.
Yeah, didn't follow the script. So check this out. This was hilarious.
Who you got?
I got the
oh, he's oh, okay.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Okay. All right, you want me to say you was fucking around?
right, left.
Okay. So he was just talking. Okay. Oh, wow.
He was playing. I told you.
Yeah, I think he's doing this for like check.
Oh! I felt it.
What the just happened?
Bro. What the bro?
You talked all that tough. Yeah, hold on. Don't talk to him. You don't deserve to talk to him. What the was that? You done got a good ass haircut and then came here and got stunned.
Yo, I thought we were playing.
What the you just say? Hot, too hot. Come on.
Like a bro. Damn, bro. Like that? For real, man. That's janky as
Say what you gotta say, man.
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get nobody in trouble, but damn, my we took a L tonight.
We didn't take your ass was over here. You want me to show you what you did? Where was y'all at? You were somewhere around this rain bed sign, and he took one punch. Hey, what? Ray J, this is professional, man. You can't just do it the.
I gotta talk to the nigga about.
Y'all talk backstage. I ain't even gonna interview y'all. Super, come here.
You see, y'all talk backstage.
So what do you think? Do you think it was staged?
Yes. And he fucked it up. For real. I definitely think it was staged. I mean, I think all of it is. I know Mike Tyson's was for sure. And that's because I'm a Mike Tyson fan. Like, I love Mike Tyson. I love watching old Mike fights and stuff. I love watching how he boxed. He was amazing. He was so, like, method based, and like his fucking coach was amazing on him, like turned him into a fucking monster. So like I like boxing, that's my shit, but like I know it's all staged.
Yeah.
You know? I know. And like this for sure.
Yeah, I gotta shout this one out. Thank you so much, Kate.
Thanks, Kate. You're a boomer we like.
Thanks so much at the Political Matrix and Teal. This was a great wrap-up of the week, plus appreciative that you gave so much context for each story. Thank you. We try our best. And I just knew it was so many stories. I just had to I was like, however long it takes, also got the day off. I can spend the time to really get these stories together. And so glad that I was able to do it. So glad you guys are here and took the time to listen. And that's all I have. Of course, if you guys know me, I can always find more, but I will say that I got some videos in the works that I want to do that I plan on covering on my break from the Matrix segments. So look out for that. I have that coming. And Till, anything that you want to break. Also, if you got anybody who wants to swing by and hang out with us, any content creators, let us know. If y'all want to do a collabo, let us know. But yeah, back to you, Till. Go ahead.
Yeah, like last thing I wanted to talk about was do y'all research on them ticks. Because I know you've seen it pop up even more now, Marcus. Maybe your algorithm's just been listening to our conversations, but at the end of the day, go find out about them ticks, because that's what we really need to be focusing on next. Besides that, yeah, probably gonna catch me tomorrow on Steve's show because I don't have to work. So and wake up on Rumble and whatnot, because shout out Steve, shout out the guys
Send me
over
the
there.
link just in case I decide to wake up and come on in there.
Word, okay. Yeah, thanks for coming by the Political Matrix today, y'all. Thanks for listening to us rant and rave about the craziness of our world and substances that you're gonna have to call the 800 number about later on in life. Homeless people not getting houses. Weird, because $1 billion are going to fucking rioters. Weird. Yeah, thanks, y'all. We appreciate you. Hashtag free Cuba, because y'all, yeah, why the fuck? Oh, Marcus, I didn't get this off my chest real quick. Sorry. First off, before we go, bye, y'all, because this will be my last comment. But who the fuck do y'all think y'all are to want to charge a man that's 96 years old? What the fuck are you doing that for? This nigga's about to die. Suck his wrinkled ass balls.
But you know what? Keep this in mind. The fact that he did do this, the fact that you did decide to put charges on Raul, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. whenever your punk ass is out of office, Trump, I don't want to hear none of you Trumpers trying to play the, well, I mean, he's 83 years old. I don't want to hear it.
Nah,
I
bro.
don't want to hear it.
I hope they get this nigga for every war crime he created, like real rap. I can't wait. I can't wait. I hope they can stop and foil the plan before he becomes a 007 villain. But
No,
yeah,
I think he's gonna get all we have to do, honestly, is wait till the midterms. I honestly believe that. I'm not saying that there's somebody coming to save us and they're gonna do all these great things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Democrats will do what they've always done. They will mitigate some of the damage that's being done. They will just get it back to the normal skit. They'll get it back to what it normally was. That's the same thing. That's the same thing which Biden did. He didn't improve things. He did his level of shitty stuff too, but he at least tried to stable things out from the negatives that Trump did. And then Obama did the same thing. Stable stuff out from George W. Bush. Just stable it out. Not going to really improve anything. We're just going to stable it out and stop the bleeding a little. That's
so we're gonna
difference.
go from Black Mirrors to The Simpsons. Got it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Teal. Check out Nemesis if you haven't been watching it.
Okay.
Oh, watch Nemesis.
Gotcha.
Each episode gets better. And I just heard Courtney Kemp just signed a big deal with what is it? Apple TV. And so look forward to Courtney Kemp putting some shows on Apple TV. I will not be surprised if you see Amari Hardwick starring in something very soon.
Heard that. But that's all I wanted to say. Peace out, y'all.
Yep. Peace out, y'all. Much love. Thank you all for swinging by. Hopefully you guys have a great week. And for this Memorial Day, read up a little bit about, those Black Americans who actually pushed and formed this holiday, and actually just look into some Black history, because you never know. Well, Black history is American history, but since they only want to show you about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and a handful of people during February, look into some of the people which they never talk about, and you'll have your whole mind blown on so many like wonderful stories out there. It's just, it's one that I was gonna bring up. What's her name? Older Black lady. Well, she's passed now, but I guess I'll tell you this. Man, why come I can't remember her name? Do you know about who had the motorcycle? Yes. You already know where I was going. Thank you. Henrietta Lacks. This woman at the age of 16 decided she wanted a motorcycle. Her adopted mother got her a motorcycle. As a Black woman by herself, she left out at 18 years old and traveled all over the United States on a motorcycle by herself, not being able to get into, not being able to sleep in some of these places because they were segregated, and she's going through sundown towns and all that. She slept on her motorcycle sometimes by herself, camped out or whatever, and all she cared about is riding her motorcycle. She would pull out a map. Think about this. This ain't the time of MapQuest or none of that. She would pull out a penny, flip the penny, wherever it would land on the map, she decided that's where I'm going. And this woman drove and rode all over this country to the point she eventually started getting into bike races and all that stuff like that. And they didn't want to give her the money because a Black woman beat them. But she ended up going to Florida, starting her own motorcycle club. Eventually even did some stunt work and stuff like that. And her fame and stuff reached to the level of even a Jay Leno and some of the night show hosts actually had her on the show to interview her. So, hey, oh, that's right. Yo, Bessie Stringerfield. Sorry, that's right. Bessie Stringerfield. Getting my names mixed up. Thank you. Bessie. Sorry, my apologies. That's who it was. Henrietta
Shout out
Lacks,
Black Bike Week.
But yeah, I wanted to just talk about how put something in your mind and just do it, and don't let anybody Don't let anybody tell you what you can't do because you're black, because you're Latino, because you're Asian, because you're Native American, because you're a woman, because you're short, because you're tall, because you're big, because you're little. Don't let nobody tell you can't do nothing. Do what you have in your heart to do. And when you look back at it in the end, you will be a legend. And you will inspire a whole generation of other people to follow and be a legend in their own right, in their own fields. Thank you all. So much love. So much love to y'all. Yeah, look up Henrietta Lacks. I forgot. Henrietta Lacks, no, she worked in science. What was it? Was she focused on, was it like cells or stem cells? I can't remember, something like that. What was it? Where'd it go? DNA, that's what it was. She worked with a lot of discoveries dealing with science and DNA and blood and stuff like that. But yes, that's what I would leave you guys all with. Yeah, that biker club in Florida. I like I said, just look into some black history. It's a lady, like, what is her name? Ashley, Goddess Ashley or something like that. She does phenomenal work. And all these other creators who are out there who are bringing this sometimes forgotten knowledge. Hey, it's a rich history out there that we're not getting enough attention on, and I think it's important that we all do that. So that said, this has been Political Matrix. Speaking for Till and myself, thank you all for being with us. Please, if you didn't hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you thought that we did a great job, please share it if you can with others. Bring them into the conversation. If you have stories and stuff like that that you want us to add into the show, please send it our way. And as my cousin can tell you, I am going to do the research to add to it. Thank you so much. Much love and appreciation to you all. And take care.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.